Check audio. Check one, two. Testing audio. Check audio. Check one, two.
Hi, good evening. This is Gurpratap checking in. Are
Yeah.
you able to hear me?
Thank you, Councillor Tour. We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you.
No, he's online.
It's Deputy Mayor saying I'd like to check my audio.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Singh. We can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Fortini checking in.
Thanks, Councillor Fortini. We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you.
guys are good? Welcome, everybody, to the Planning Development Committee meeting of Monday, June 17th. I'd like to welcome everybody here today. I'll begin with the roll call. Deputy Mayor Singh.
Present.
Councillor Santos has, I believe, her son's graduation and is going to try and get here as soon as possible. Councillor Vicente.
Present.
Councillor Corbrar.
Present.
Councillor Keenan.
Present.
Councillor Medeiros.
Present.
Councillor Fortini.
Present.
Councillor Tour.
Present.
Councillor Power.
Present.
Mayor Brown. Not present. That's everybody? Yeah. I'd like to start with the approval of the agenda. I have a added item that I'll be putting on the agenda, a discussion of the request of myself regarding surety bonds, letters of credit, and development charges. Anybody else like to add, remove, delete anything on the agenda today? And is the online agenda revised and up to date? Any additions?
The online agenda is up to date. It's been posted just at 5 p.m. today with a number of additional delegations, and I believe that's it, just the delegation
Perfect.
information has been updated. No new reports.
Okay, I'll go into consent. 7.3 is the staff report, city initiated official plan amendment to the Vales of Castlemore North Secondary Plan Area 49, Ward 10. That's in consent. 7.4, staff report, application to amend the zoning bylaw, Connect Group 210 and 220, Steeles Avenue West, Ward 3. Consent. 7.5, staff report, application to amend the zoning bylaw, Bose Fields, Inc., care of Lit Willow Holdings Limited, 2 Bartley Bowl Parkway, Ward 3. Held by Councillor Keenan.
No delegations on that?
Oh, there might have been. So good hold. 7.6, staff report, application to amend the zoning bylaw and for draft plan of subdivision Glen Schnarr and Associates, 10307 Clarkway Developments Limited, 10307 Clarkway Drive, Ward 10. Consent. 7.7, staff report, application to amend the temporary zoning bylaw amendment, Bruto Planning Consultant Limited, Highway 50 Business Park Limited, 11176 Highway 50, Ward 10. Consent. Staff report, 7.8, application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw, Mainline Planning Services, 7835 Mississauga Road Holdings, Inc., 7835 Mississauga Road, Ward 6. Consent. 7.9, staff report, application for a temporary zoning bylaw amendment, Falcon Investment Group, Inc., Blackthorn Development Corp., 11462 Coleraine Drive, Ward 10. Consent. 7.10, staff report, application for a temporary zoning bylaw amendment, Mayfield Investments Group Corp. Design Plan Services, Inc., 11470 Coleraine Drive, Ward 10. Consent. Staff report, 7.11, alternative process to city-initiated secondary plan amendment through the precinct planning, Gore Meadows Secondary Plan Area 56, Ward 10.
Mr. Chair, this is Councillor Torres' review. I'd like to defer this item further. It was deferred from last planning meeting, but I thought I was clear then. But just to defer it to a future time after I've had a discussion with staff, and we'll bring it back when we think it's appropriate.
Thank you, Councillor Tour. I'm gonna, because we passed approval of the agenda, it'll be on there and you'll have to defer it at that time. But the clerk's office will note that when that item comes up, it's for deferral.
Thank you.
Next item, committee minutes. Brampton Heritage Board, May 21st, 2024. Consent. I'm going to not touch correspondence because there seems to be a lot of them. So let's leave those. So that is the union consent motion moved by Councillor Keenan, second by Councillor Brar. All in favor?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, there is one item in the correspondences that I'd like to hold.
I know, Councillor Tour, I held all of them for us.
Oh, my bad. My apologies. I didn't hear that.
No worries. Thank you, Councillor Tour. And just so everybody knows, Councillor Tour has a motion for 11.4 that he'll be putting on the floor later today, later this evening. So now we will get into the bulk of the agenda. So it's a busy agenda tonight. There's a number of items that are on for statutory public meeting. Statutory public meetings are not anything that the city of Brampton has put forward. It's basically, in a nutshell, somebody owns a property, and anybody that owns a property can come before the city of Brampton and do anything they wish to the property. It starts with a statutory public meeting only for the public. At no time will I allow councillors to provide any feedback onto any of the applications. They can ask for clarification only. These items are not for us. These items are for you only. We have delegations on the agenda today. We have lots of delegations. I will be holding you to 5 minutes because that is our time. I will ask everybody to take your phones and put them on an inaudible mode, off or on vibrate. For some people, when they come before and speak publicly, it's a little bit nerve-wracking. So I ask everybody to try and be respectful of any delegations that come down here today. They'll be speaking their mind. They'll be speaking from their heart. So I ask everybody to try and keep the noise at a minimum. I'll now go through each statutory public meeting, and I'll ask if you'd like to hear a presentation on that item. So if you're here specifically for that item, put your hand up, and I'll hold the item, and we'll get to it. Our first statutory public meeting is a city-wide community improvement plan for affordable housing. Is there anybody in the audience today that would like to hear a staff presentation on the citywide community improvement plan for affordable housing? I'll ask again, item 5.1, if there's anybody in the audience that would like to hear a staff presentation on the community improvement plan for affordable housing. Seeing none, that item is adjourned. 5.2 is a staff presentation, city-initiated zoning bylaw amendment, changes in residential driveway standards, wards 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to hear a staff presentation on that item? Thank you. Next is 5.3, staff presentation, application to amend the zoning bylaw, G-Force Urban Planners, Jindal Developments Limited at 1955 Cottrell Boulevard, Ward 8. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to hear a staff presentation on this item? This item again is the application to amend the zoning bylaw, G-Force Urban Planners, Jindal Developments Limited at 1955 Cottrell Boulevard, Ward 8. That item is adjourned. Our next item is for staff presentation is an application to amend the zoning bylaw, Corsiac Planning, Mattamy Credit River Limited, 10201 Mississauga Road and 0 Mississauga Road, Ward 6. Is there anybody that'd like to hear a presentation on that this evening? That item is adjourned. 5.5 is a staff presentation application.
Through you, Chair, there is somebody online with their hand up. who
Oh,
would like-
perfect. Thank you very much for
They
letting me
would
know
like to
that.
speak to, or they would like to hear a presentation on 5.1.
5.1.
So that was a little bit late catching up with the
No
hand.
problem at all.
Can we go back to that?
Excellent. Yes, absolutely. 5.1 will be held. So the Ward 6 one, Mattamy Homes, 10201 Mississauga Road and 0 Mississauga Road, Ward 6. Anybody in the audience that would like to hear a presentation or online? Seeing none, that item is adjourned. Staff presentation, application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw Amdev Property Group 23, 25, 27, and 29 Mill Street North and 53 Nelson Street West, Ward 1. Thank you. Next item is 5.6, staff presentation, application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw SGL Planning and Design, Inc., Constantine Enterprises, Inc., 104 and 118 Queen Street, Ward 1. Yep. Oh, and there's delegation on that one. And delegation on that one, 11.7 is correspondence, so I'll ask for 5.8 is, 5.7 we'll hear staff presentation because there's a delegation. 5.8, staff presentation, application to amend the zoning bylaw 2798536, Ontario Inc., 0 Highway 50, Ward 10. Anybody here like to hear a presentation on that item? Again, it's staff presentation, application to amend the zoning bylaw 2798536, Ontario Inc., 0 Highway 50, Ward 10. That item is adjourned. 5.9 is a staff presentation, application to amend the zoning bylaw, Gagnon Walker Domes, 23 Railroad Inc., 1759503 Railroad ME Inc., and 5519273548 Railroad ME Inc., Railroad Street, Mill Street North, and Elizabeth Street North, Ward 1. Yep, thank you. Item 5.10, staff presentation, application to amend the zoning bylaw, the Bigleri Group on behalf of 10004694464 Ontario Inc., 0 Rolling Wood Drive, Ward 4. Thank you. Alrighty. Let's quickly go over those again. Clerk's office, please. So 5.1, there was somebody that would like to hear the staff presentation. 5.3 and 5.4 are both adjourned. 5.3 was an application to amend the zoning bylaw G-Force Urban Planners, Jindal Developments, 1955 Cottrell Boulevard, Ward 8. You'd like to hear a presentation on that? Okay, thank you. And the 5.4 was the Mattamy in Ward 6, Mississauga Road. That was adjourned. Okay, and then I have 5.8 was the Highway 50 adjournment. Okay. All right, let's rock and roll. Our first item is a staff presentation, citywide community improvement plan for affordable housing. We have Melinda here. Welcome, Melinda.
Actually, through the chair. Councillor, Melinda is not with us in person tonight. She had to be away on a personal matter. She is online to answer any questions should she have them, but I'm going to make some introductory comments here. And we have our consultant who's helped us on this project to deliver the presentation.
Okay, let's bring whoever that is.
So just by way of a couple of introductory words, I just wanted to say that, yeah, integrated city planning staff under Melinda's lead has been working with our consultant partner to develop a citywide community improvement plan, or a CIP, for affordable housing. An increasing number of Brampton residents are facing housing challenges. Housing affordability, lack of housing choice, and a deteriorating housing stock are major issues in our city. In addition, there's a considerable gap between housing supply and housing need, which is even more significant for low and middle income households. The city's first housing strategy, Housing Brampton, was endorsed by Council in May of 2021. That strategy proposes a range of solutions and approaches to address housing affordability, including the implementation of a city-wide community improvement plan for affordable housing. In just a moment, Dalton Woodrich from SHS Consulting will be presenting an overview of the work we've completed to date, as well as an overview of the draft CIP for the purposes of the public meeting. At today's meeting, the Planning and Development Committee will not be making a decision on the proposed CIP. Our purpose is to provide residents with information with respect to the proposed CIP, and a decision will be made at a later date following further refinements and the incorporation of the feedback we received tonight. So again, as I said, my thanks to Melinda for preparing us to get to this point. She is online, available for any questions of clarification afterwards. And with that, I will hand it off to Dalton to walk you through the presentation.
Okay, greetings everyone, and planning committee, thank you for your time tonight. So I'm here to present an overview of the Community Improvement Plan area for affordable housing. I'll refer to it as a CIP throughout the presentation. So in the presentation, we'll give you an overview of what the project was and the process we used to create this draft or proposed CIP. We'll talk about the goals and objectives of the CIP, the financial analysis methodology that we used, the CIP program area and components, the monitoring and evaluation framework that we're proposing, and then we'll talk a little bit about next steps. I will go into this in detail, but the city's first housing strategy, Housing Brampton, was endorsed in May 2021 and proposes a range of solutions and approaches that are based on housing affordability, choice, smart density, and equitable access to housing. The CIP is intended to move this forward. The project team was staff from the City of Brampton and 2 consulting organizations, SHS Consulting. We were acting as a project manager and doing the technical financial analysis. WSP Canada Inc. was leading the public engagement portion of the development so far. In late 2023, we set the stage with a background report and municipal benchmarking study that was provided to staff. Today, we have a draft incentive program report that we're presenting right now. Through June and July, we'll put together an implementation strategy, and by September, we want to have the monitoring program and marketing strategy finalized. And at that point, we'll bring the entire piece back to council. The goal of the CIP is to increase the supply of affordable rental and ownership housing units throughout the City of Brampton by minimizing the financial barriers to creation of these affordable units. A second goal is to create a legislative framework for the city to fund private and nonprofit development of affordable housing to address the need for more affordable housing options in Brampton. The enabling legislation. So community improvement plan areas must be generally enabled through the official plan and then through area-specific bylaws for them to be legal. The legislative authority to prepare an affordable housing CIP is established under Section 28 of the Planning Act. I'm not going to go into the rest of the details. And you need to have amendments in the official plan in order to enable it, which Brampton does. The financial analysis methodology that we use to determine how substantial any sort of grants or funding would need to be is as follows. We looked at what the residual land value would be of a development, and then the same development that includes affordable housing. And the intent is to make the incentives about the same amount of revenue loss as the affordable housing was creating. So on the left, we show a standard development stack. You have revenue from your market units, the dark blue bar. The light blue pieces are the hard costs, soft costs, profit margin, and the value that you could pay for the land, which is why it's called the residual land value. On the right, we have the affordable project. The hard costs are the same, the soft costs are the same, the profit margin should be the same, the land value gets squeezed, and here's where the funding comes in to either ensure that land can be acquired or that the profit margin can be maintained in the project. When we did the financial analysis, the amount of the incentive for new affordable housing construction is based on providing a grant or fee waiver that offsets the approximate project revenue losses. We looked at 4 types of projects. So across the top there, we have high-rise, mid-rise, a wood mid-rise, and a small apartment that we modeled to see what the impacts are on different types of developments. The residual land value reduction was assumed to be the minimum amount of revenue loss. So we were being slightly pessimistic. And we used the largest impact as sort of the benchmark for what we would suggest the incentives to be. So looking at the table on the top, we'll see that If it's a grant, then this is how much residual land value was lost per affordable unit. For the high rise, it was 324,000. For the mid rise, 341,000. You can read the rest. If it's a fee reimbursement, the developer has to carry those costs for a while, so they need a slightly larger incentive in order for them to be made whole. So if it's a fee reimbursement, a little bit more money would need to be provided, and the numbers are up there. The numbers can look a little bit big. $341,000 is a fairly large incentive. But if we look at how much it is costing to build new units today, new ownership units are around 878,000 in a large high-rise. That's just construction costs and profit. And wood is down around 760 to 730,000 per unit. Purpose-built rental is a little bit cheaper due to some recent changes, but the $300,000 incentive compared to the $800,000 unit, there's some justification for these numbers. The proposed community improvement project area is the entirety of the city of Brampton, so anywhere in the city would be eligible for these programs. There are three proposed aspects to the project, or the program I should say. An enhanced system to facilitate new affordable housing, short-term investments to get rapid creation of new units, and longer-term investments through capital grants. I'll quickly summarize what is being proposed. So, affordable housing capital grant program, so new incentives. So to incentivize new affordable rental or ownership housing development in Brampton, this program will provide a maximum upfront grant of $340,000 per affordable unit built. The amount of funding is provided on a sliding scale. A minimum of 10% of the units in the project must be affordable, and affordability is based on a Province of Ontario benchmark in the Affordable Residential Units Bulletin. The rental would have to be at average market rent, or what's affordable to the 60th percentile renter household, and ownership would be the lesser of what's considered affordable to the 60th percentile household, or 90% of the average purchase price. Affordability would have to be maintained for 25 years. Affordable units may also qualify for reduced parking based on the Brampton parking plan. For 2024, of the $6 million allocated for the CIP, approximately $5 million would be targeted towards this program. The second aspect is a concierge program. This portion of the City of Brampton Affordable Housing CIP allocates funding for dedicated staff for the city's concierge program. Funding from the Housing Accelerator Fund will enable ongoing staff to create centralized resources for developers of affordable housing projects. The funding would be for the salary for one person per year to perform the concierge program activities and CIP administration. The third item is a rebate program for garden suites. The city has a well-established policy for creation of new additional residential units, ARUs. This program will provide rebates of the municipal fees for new garden suites. The goal of this program is just to generate new suites. There's no affordability requirement associated with it. And approximately 10% of the funding would be used for this, or $600,000. The monitoring and evaluation framework that is being proposed is that it will be monitored on an annual basis and track progress relative to the goals and objectives, looking at the number of applications received, the number of new affordable residential units and unit types created, and an estimated and actual amount of municipal assistance or grants provided. Applications for the affordable housing incentive will be assessed according to the level at which the project is able to achieve the following criteria: project funding, affordability level delivered, organizational capacity, project maturity, funding phasing, community amenities, and community benefits beyond affordable housing. The maximum funding would be $340,000 per unit. Next steps are to implement or develop the implementation and governance plan in June, July, develop a monitoring program and marketing strategy in July, and then finalize the CIP program and come back to council in between July and September. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is there anybody that would like to come down and delegate on this item? I'll ask again. Anybody like to come down and delegate on the item presentation citywide
Can you hear me?
community development plan? Yes, Sylvia, go ahead. State your name for the record, please.
Yes. Hi. Hello, my name is Sylvia Roberts. I'm a resident of Ward 3. So I just want to bring to council's attention that with $5 million and over 300,000 per unit, we're looking at a total of 16 units. That is 1-6. And with a minimum 10% required, this means we have to target a smaller building. I believe one of the applications for this tonight is over 1,000 units for one specific building. So this really restricts what we can do. And what you may also know from staff, can correct me if I'm wrong, but market rental does not pencil out under the planned pro forma. I have talked to people in construction, and there's a massive slowdown in construction. So what we're looking at is there's 2 years of units in the pipeline, at which point the bottom is going to fall out from under us and almost no housing. We risk having almost no housing starting construction. We need to take what we've learned from this and make it so we're actually able to continue building housing. Statistics Canada estimated last year Brampton grew by 40,000 people. And if you look at the transit system, that seems about accurate. So we need to be looking at using some of our own resources for how do we make it so even market rate housing continues to pencil out. This also showed that our current requirement of 1.2 parking spaces per unit for most of the city adds $130,000 to each of the units. According to a mortgage calculator at 5%, that adds $750 per month to the cost of a unit, and we need to really consider, is this appropriate? That is using the cost of $108,000 provided in this report. I believe that is from attachment 1. So there's a lot that council needs to understand from this, and there's going to need to be additional work, not just on this. So I support this, and I think staff did a good job on this, but it also raises a lot of other concerns that we have. And there is a big issue where the city is trying to attack the housing crisis head on and work harder, and it needs to work smarter. It costs us about $10,000 per unit to make it so that they don't need parking in many cases. And that reduces it by $108,000. So if we were spending the $5 million on transit buses, we could actually waive the parking on those units, and we would be able to potentially build even more units. So we need to be very clear on what is the goal and understand all measures that we're using to get to the goal, and that sometimes if going in a straight line means attempting to scale a 30-story building, maybe we should take this slightly longer detour around it on a road, which will get us to it there much faster. Thank you. That's my delegation.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. We have a Margaret? Margaret Forbes that would like to delegate on this item. Margaret, you can go ahead and unmute.
I actually am not wanting to delegate on the item. I'm one of the consultants here to field questions if needed.
Thanks, Margaret. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I don't see any more delegations that would like to come down and speak to this item. So I will have Councillor Power move receipt of the staff presentation and the delegations associated to it. All in favor? That carries. Item 5.2 is a staff presentation, city-initiated zoning bylaw amendment, changes in residential driveway standards. Words 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8. We have Edwin here. No, we don't have Edwin here. I'll blame the acting commissioner for that. No, not even a smile, eh?
My apologies.
Please.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of committee and members of the public. My name is David Vandenberg, and I am a manager in the Development Services section. And the purpose of this public meeting is to provide information and seek feedback on a potential city-initiated zoning bylaw amendment related to residential driveway standards. So the impetus for this amendment is discussion that took place at the April 24th, 2024 Committee of Council meeting, where concerns were noted with respect to driveway sizes and the need to review the applicable bylaw to ensure that widths are suitable for the neighborhood in which they are located. This report and presentation are the follow-up to that discussion. The city has long been discussing and tackling matters related to driveway sizes, and this slide shows a few of the key milestones related to that issue. In 2006, Council adopted new driveway width standards and established a system where the permitted size is tied to the width of the lot, with one set of rules applying to the entire city. And with some minor changes, which I'll note in a minute, these are the standards that are in place today. In 2018, there was significant discussion on enforcement, and the current program for administering driveway widenings was created. And then 2022, there was some further discussion, but the outcome of that was to maintain the status quo. And finally, earlier this year, Council adopted a zoning bylaw amendment for a modest increase, 1 foot in the permitted widths for some driveways. And this brings us to today. So staff have taken back the direction of Council, reviewed the existing standards, and developed potential revised standards that we're putting forward to get feedback from the public and from Council. And I think it's important to note that these are draft standards. We are very eager to hear input from everyone, and they may very well change based on the feedback that is received. So in the next part of my presentation, I'm going to talk a little bit about how we came up with the potential standards. The first part I'm going to talk about is the geography of where we're proposing that the rules would apply. And planning staff is currently proposing that the standards would apply to the area approximately bounded by Beauvais Drive to the north, Steeles Avenue to the south, Jacuzzi Road to the west, and Torbram Road to the east, with the geography as shown in blue on the map on the slide. This is essentially the central part of Brampton, and neighborhoods here were generally planned and developed early in Brampton's history, and the general built form pattern and older age of buildings create character and context that is distinct from newer neighborhoods in the outer areas of Brampton. Council adopted an amendment to the official plan in 2014, identifying this area as a mature neighborhood area, recognizing its distinct character, and setting policies to ensure new buildings in it are compatible with the character of the surrounding neighborhood. And driveways are another element that contribute to the character of a neighborhood. Staff is proposing using the identified mature neighborhood area as it builds on the previous work noted and uses a geography already established in planning policy framework. Though I would note that we are eager to hear feedback on this part as well, and that geography could change based on that feedback. The second principle underlying the proposed change in residential driveway regulations is to support a high-quality streetscape. Again, if we look at Brampton Plan, it directs, which is the new official plan for the city, it directs how Brampton should build a great city in strengthening and promoting quality of life for residents and in creating compact, comfortable, connected, and resilient communities. The plan provides policy direction on developing streetscapes that are integral to the creation of attractive and efficient public realm and identity of a community. And the core principle that we took out of this for driveway sizes is that driveways should be subordinate to the landscaped areas of the front yard and appropriate to the size of a house. The third principle we identified is to minimize stormwater runoff. Impermeable surface areas such as paved driveways means rain and stormwater, particularly during a major weather event, cannot pass through to the ground below. Limiting driveway size can help alleviate pressures on the city's sewer and stormwater infrastructure. An increased landscaped area also means more room for trees to grow, which in turn contributes to the city's sustainability and climate change goals and objectives. So as part of our work on this new standards, the planning staff then undertook a jurisdictional scan of residential driveway width requirements. And we also reviewed recent relevant minor variance and residential curb cut permit data, application data, to try to track trends in what is going on with respect to driveway applications at this time. So first on the residential curb cut permits, which you often need if you are widening a driveway. This slide shows the distribution of application to widen curb cuts for driveways since the beginning of last year. The mature neighborhood geography is outlined in orange on the map, so basically the central part of Brampton. The pinkish hexagons on the map show the geographical distribution of permits across the city. The ones in lighter colors mean there's a lower concentrations of permits in that area, and the darker colors mean that you have higher concentrations of permits. I think in general, you can see that the applications are fairly evenly distributed throughout the city, but I would note that there does appear to be two areas of concentrations where you see the darker colored hexagons. One is in the southern part of Bramalea, and the second is in the Peel Village area. Overall, 109 or 58% of the permits that have been issued in the city are within the mature neighborhood area. So the next thing that we looked at is minor variance data. So if a resident wants a driveway that is bigger than the current zoning permits, they need to seek a minor variance from the Committee of Adjustment. Since the beginning of last year, there have been a total of 85 such variance applications, and 24 of those have been located in mature neighborhoods, so that's 28% of the total. This map shows the breakdown by ward of where those applications are being submitted. Again, the mature neighborhood area is shown in orange on the map, and the number of variances broken down by ward, with the lighter colors having fewer variances and the darker colors having more variances. Here, the variance data suggests that there seems to be more demand for driveways larger than the current standards in the outer parts of the city as contrasted to the central mature neighborhood area parts of the city. Guided by the three principles I just discussed, and the jurisdictional scan and the review of application data, planning staff is currently suggesting to change the rules for driveways in the mature neighborhood area to cap the maximum driveway width to the width of the garage plus 2 meters, or 50% of the total lot width, whichever is less, with a floor included for maximum width based on the width of the garage door. And we do recognize that there are some lots that don't have garages, particularly in the downtown. And in those areas, the potential maximum suggested is 50% of the lot width, with a further cap based on allowing 2 cars to be parked side by side. As I noted earlier, these proposed standards are intended to serve as a starting point to solicit feedback, and they may be further revised upon further review and the comments received. So to help, this table compares the proposed and existing standards. The existing standards are shown in blue, and the proposed standards are in green. And I recognize this font is a little small, and it's a little small for me as well. So bear with me if I'm making mistakes with reading it. For example, for lots that are 27 feet or smaller, the current width permitted is 4.9 meters, and the proposal is to remain at 4.9 meters. For lots that are slightly larger, between 27 and 30 feet, the current standard is 5.5 meters, and that is proposed to be reduced to 4.9 meters. For lots that are between 30 to 50 feet, the current standard is 7 meters, and the proposed new standard would allow widths between 4.9 and 6.9 meters, depending on the size of the lot. For lots between 50 and 60 feet, the current standard is 7.32 meters, and the proposed new standard would allow a 6.9 meter wide driveway. And for larger lots, they're currently allowed 9.14 meters, and the proposed new standard would allow 6.9 meters. The next two slides include some graphics to help visualize the changes. This slide looks at a 30-foot lot scenario and shows the changes for houses with no garage, a one-car garage, and a two-car garage. And then two-dimensional and 3D perspectives are provided for each. I would particularly direct your attention to the bottom right corner of the screen, where it shows where the area in orange in that map on those plans are the proposed reduction in the permitted widths of driveways. So you can see in all three scenarios, there is a reduction in the lot width, and that reduction ranges from 2.1 to 2.5 meters. This slide applies the same analysis to 50-foot lots. Again, looking at the orange areas in the bottom right corner, you can see that there would be a reduction for all three house types. It is fairly small for houses with a two-car garage, so that's the one in the center on the bottom right, and there the reduction is 0.42 meters, but larger, up to 2.8 meters for houses with a one-car garage or with no garage. So as we proceed with this work, there are a number of key matters that can be considered as we finalize the proposed standards. One is the effect on the ability for homeowners to add additional residential units in dwellings and the resulting impacts with respect to housing supply and variety of housing forms in neighborhoods. Two, the potential impact on enforcement matters and number of applications for minor variances to the Committee of Adjustment. Three, reducing the permitted size of driveways will increase the number of driveways with legally non-conforming status. And just to explain a little bit further, when you have legally non-conforming status, those driveways are allowed to remain as they were created legally at the time, but then the zoning rules changed. And the fourth issue noted is the potential need for transition regulations. So we've already started to receive some feedback on this issue, and from that, there are several key matters that we will be studying as we continue the work. And some of that feedback is, one, should we also be looking at regulating the overall size of driveways, i.e. also considering the length of the driveway and the total parking available on a lot? Two, how do we best ensure driveways are appropriately related to the type of house? For example, should the permissions be the same for a small bungalow and a large 2 or more story house? Three, is the mature neighborhood geography the right geography to use, and are changes to it needed? Four, how best to administer potential new standards, including permits, education, and enforcement? The answers to these questions, as well as the additional feedback received tonight, may result to changes in the standards. And I would note, if the changes are significant, that there may be another public meeting held on those standards. And for the last two slides, this one shows where we currently are in the process and identifies next steps. So we are currently at the public meeting this evening to share information on the contemplated changes and to provide a formal opportunity for members of the public to express their perspectives and opinions for consideration. And once the review is completed, staff will forward a recommendation report to Planning Committee with the final proposed recommendations. I would note that staff will follow up with anyone who has spoken, written, or advised of interest in this matter to let them know the timing for that report before it goes forward. And as a final note, this public meeting presentation is available online, and the final recommendation report will be posted on the city's Planning Committee meeting agenda in advance of the future meeting. Now, for any questions or comments about the city's review on residential driveway standards, you can contact me. And my name is David Vanderberg. Or you can contact Edwin Lee, whose contact information is on the screen. I think one point I forgot to mention is that this change only applies to new driveways that are being constructed, does not apply to any existing driveways. So with that, thank you, and we look forward to hearing any input that you may have.
Thanks, David. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to come down and ask any questions on this item? I'll ask again, and we do have a number of people that are down in the atrium. We have some 30 empty seats up here that if people would like to, you can come down if you want to ask questions. If anybody's downstairs that would like to start coming up, there's a number of empty seats, and I know our security's doing a great job in trying to get them to come up here. I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record, and then there's a book behind you that, or the book that's coming, that you have to sign after, okay?
Nick and Carol Danchuk.
Last question. So just for clarity, when you said that this applies to new driveways only? Because I thought the modification, so I'm asking a question where I see people just paving their whole front of their house in the mature neighborhoods. And I'm assuming that's against the enforcement. But I don't see any enforcement agents making any changes. So if you have, like some of the bungalows have, 12 cars in the driveway, and the whole driveway is their front lawn, so they just concreted the whole front of. So I thought there was always a softscape landscape ratio, and I think you just confirmed that in your presentation that is done. So how does the city have enough resources for enforcement and I've seen people cut the curbs themselves and just, it's kind of the Wild West out there. So I'm just wondering what kind of enforcement the city is going to put into place to reel this back into compliance.
I guess I can start by saying we're hiring 37 new officers.
Not enough. We need more.
Probably not enough. It's a start in getting them trained up, and there's going to be more to come.
But can residents just kind of go and write the names of all the houses?
You can call 311. Absolutely, you can do that. Because we don't have the enforcement, like you said, we don't have that proactive approach to bylaw enforcement for things like this as of right now. But if there was was there more direct questions? The one specific related to if they already have a wide illegal driveway, how does that come into play with this city initiated amendment?
Through the chair, yes. If this would apply to any new driveways and any widenings that take place after the bylaw is adopted to existing driveways. If someone has a driveway that was legally created and meets...
Legally, right?
Legally,
yep. Emphasis on legally.
Yep. And it meets the standards that were in place when it was built, then that is allowed to continue. That is a general principle called legally non-conforming status that basically applies to any type of zoning regulation.
Thanks, David. Thank you for your question. Anybody else like to come down and ask any questions? Come on down. If there's anybody else that'd like to come down, if you can make your way down, and then we have a little book that you need to, you can sign in.
Sorry, it's a long way.
No problem, take your time.
Hello.
Welcome, please state your name for the record.
Michelle Gauthier. So I'm a resident of Peel Village, and I have spoken before this group before, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity again. My question is with regards to the driveways. When will it pass?
So if we can go back to the slide about, I think there was a slide you had in there, David, of showing what we're doing, the process, next steps. When is it going to council?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff haven't identified a date for this item to come back yet, but we'll be receiving all those comments from the public tonight and further correspondence as we will receive, and do intend to bring it back as soon as possible. Can't confirm when that is. We intend to come back very soon. Summer months, potentially early September, but we're happy to speak with members of council just about some intended timing.
Okay, so probably Q4 this year is kind of what we're looking, the fall of this
If
year,
not
to have a
earlier, Mr.
report
Chair.
written for council. I think that's essentially what we're, by the time it goes through further public consultation, plus there's areas that I want to add into the report that I am not allowed to do right now because this is for the public, not for me.
And is the council considering a proactive approach to enforcement?
Yeah, we've hired 38, we're hiring 38 bylaw officers, so absolutely, we're
So
looking
currently,
to-
it's a reactive, so it's to the public to advise
Yeah,
when they
it's
notice.
been reactive for years and years, yeah.
So we will change that with the 38 officers? This is the best present ever. So I would just, step away. Thank you. Right? I would just add my one comment, which is a thank you to you, Mr. Keenan, for, I know, having a heavy hand in this. You have really listened to the residents of Peel Village, and we really appreciate you. For the last 4 parking complaints I put in 311, all of them have not been answered because of prioritization of other safety issues. Meanwhile, my neighbors are parking on their front lawn. So I really appreciate what this council is doing, and please, I encourage you to move forward with this amendment. It means an awful lot to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Maybe we should invest in tow trucks too. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Margaret Wise Helmuth. I am a resident of Peel Village. I do have a question regarding the environmental impact. It appears that this policy is about lessening the environmental impact of driveways, and I'm just wondering, I didn't hear anything in the policy about stipulating the materials that are used, paving solutions, and I'm just wondering if that would be considered, because I do have a big concern about the environmental impact.
Yeah, for
of
sure.
driveways.
So I can say that I've been talking about it for years, about permeable pavers, the construction material that we use for legally widening driveways. And I'm a big supporter and advocate of permeable construction materials. So if it hasn't been mentioned in any reports now, I will make sure that it is mentioned, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else like to come down and ask any questions? Seeing none. I also would like to thank Councillor Keenan for his tremendous amount of work on this file. I think it is, it's much needed. Disappointed that Ward 2's left out of it, but I'll make sure that gets in there when the report comes forward. So I'll have Councillor Keenan receive the staff presentation and the delegations. All in favor? That carries. Our next item is 5.3, staff presentation, right? And Councillor Santos. Welcome, Councillor Santos. Staff presentation, application to amend the zoning bylaw G-Force Urban Planners, Jindal Developments Limited, 1955 Cottrell Boulevard, Ward 8. Harsh, welcome, sir.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, members of the public, and city colleagues. My name is Harsh Padya, and I'm the planner on the file assigned to process and review the subject application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by G-Force Urban Planners and Consultants on behalf of Jindal Developments Limited. The subject property is located in Ward 8 with municipal address 1955 Cottrell Boulevard. The site is located west of McQueen Drive and south of Cottrell Boulevard. The image shows an overview of the subject site within the property and surrounding land uses. To the north, there's existing single detached residential homes, Callistone Middle School. To the south, there's an existing detached residential home and Reginald Conover Pond. To the east, there's a commercial plaza consisting of 3 buildings and a surface parking lot. And to the west, there's an existing single detached residential homes and the Washman Park. The aerial photograph here shows the site in red, and the site has access to the Cottrell Boulevard. These are the photographs from the site visit conducted on May 7, 2024. The one on the left shows the picture from southeast corner, and the one on the right shows the picture from the northwest corner. The subject site is currently vacant. The applicant has submitted an application to amend the zoning bylaw to facilitate development proposal consisting of a 10-story residential building with 174 units. It has a total gross floor area of around 13,000 square meter and a total of 209 parking facilities, including surface and underground parkings. Prior to finalizing recommendations and advancing associated final report to council, this development application will further be evaluated for compliance with the Planning Act as amended, consistency with the PPS, and conformity with the growth plan for Greater Golden Horseshoe as amended, conformity to the in effect region of Peel official plan, the City of Brampton official plan, and the Bram East secondary plan, that is SP 41. The subject site for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is designated residential. In the City of Brampton's official plan, permitted uses vary from residential apartment building, stacked townhouses, offices, and purpose accessory to permitted uses and other permitted uses. The proposed development does not require an amendment to the official plan. On November 1st, 2023, Brampton Council adopted the City of Brampton's new official plan, Brampton Plan. The official plan provides clear direction and principles to guide the city building, attaining its vision for future and support the city to become a vibrant urban city of over 1 million population by 2051. The subject site for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is designated mixed use within Schedule 2, that is designations of the Brampton Plan and community area, and within Schedule 1A, that is the city structure of the Brampton Plan. The subject lands are within the Bram East secondary plan and are designated cluster and high density. An amendment to the secondary plan is not required to permit the proposed development. The subject lands are zoned residential apartment A, special section R4A3 2569. Land use permissions includes high density residential uses and other accessory uses. An amendment to the zoning bylaw is required to facilitate this proposed development. The applicant proposes to amend the zoning bylaw from current residential apartment A, special section R4A3 2569 to residential apartment A with a special section. This slide shows the site plan for the proposal. At this time, preliminary issues and considerations that will need to be addressed includes land use compatibility, building height, transition and setbacks. These issues and others which are raised will be addressed in a future recommendation report. Staff is hosting a statutory public meeting this evening to share information on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment on the subject site and provide an opportunity for members of the public to express comments, perspectives, and opinions. Staff will continue to review applicants' planning rationale and supporting plans, drawings, and technical comments, and staff will advance a recommendation report for council decision in the future based on the details of the proposed development and applicable planning laws and policies while incorporating comments and considerations from community members, technical reviewers, and other stakeholders. Staff will also follow up with members of the public and other stakeholders who have spoken, written, or advised of an interest in monitoring this proposal. For more information on the development proposal, the applicant's submission materials, including architectural plans, drawings, and supporting studies, are publicly accessible through City's Bramplan online portal. Type the file number on the application in the required field, which is in this case is OZS 2023-0045. This brings up the file page, whereby clicking on the File Info tab, you will be allowed to view the drawings and documents associated with this development application. This public meeting presentation will be available online as a part of the Planning and Development Committee meetings minutes shortly. The final recommendation report will be posted on the city's PDC agenda in advance of the future meeting. For any questions or comments about this development application, please contact myself, my manager, or the applicant, that is Manny Chauhan, G-Force Urban Planners and Consultants, who is representing Jindal Developments Limited. The corresponding contact info are also shown on the screen. That concludes my presentation. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Harsh. Before I go to the three delegations, Cynthia, Raymond, Rupinder, and Jasbir, Councillor Power has a question for clarification.
Thank you, and through the chair. Just for staff and for the people that are in attendance to hear this, there was an application, similar application on this property that was already denied and turned down by City Council previously. Could you maybe explain the differences in this application to that one?
Through Mr. Chair, I can start, and perhaps my colleagues here will speak to some of the details in relation to the history there as well. But you're right, Councillor Power, there was a previous application in relation to this site, which had been from a couple of years ago generally. And that application proposed, I think it was in the order of 7 stories. It also proposed a number of townhouses to be developed along the periphery of the site. That application, you're right, was refused by council. It was appealed by the applicant, and it then went to Ontario Municipal Board, now referred to as the Ontario Land Tribunal, the OLT. At that tribunal hearing, the OLT did approve the application, so the permissions were granted for it. There were amendments to both the official plan at that time and amendments to the zoning bylaw to permit that development form. At this point in time, though, this subject application is from the same landowner. They've chosen to, rather than utilize those permissions that were given to them by the Ontario Land Tribunal and solely seek a site plan application, they have rather chosen to, again, pursue an amendment to the zoning bylaw in the form as shown and discussed, presented tonight. So with that new application, the proposal is a different form, taller, closer to the Cottrell Boulevard, but different in those ways. That application is what we're now subject to for a public meeting, for receiving any input from the public about it, and happy to receive input as we continue to then to process this application.
Thank you for the question of clarification. Thank you, Alan. So I'd ask for the delegations to come down. First is Cynthia Sri Prakash. And then after Cynthia is Raymond Carl. Welcome, Cynthia.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes.
All right. So thank you for having me here, and good evening, everybody. So as we heard, this was denied by council, and thank you so much for that. So now the developer is asking to go from 72 units to 174 units. That is huge. Everybody has to understand there's only one exit to that particular property and one entrance to that property. And within 5 kilometers, there's absolutely no high rise. So we wanted to maintain this particular urban setting, and also we have to keep in mind, this was originally designed for commercial. So this was commercial, turned into mixed dwelling, turned into residential. We have to keep that in mind. And also, I would also like to point out, since we lost this commercial site, we have noticed residents are converting their garages into commercial site. Does that even make sense? So to me, this is like going backwards. We're losing commercial sites, but then we are converting high-end homes into a plaza, a spa. Like, what's going on? So that's that. And the secondary thing is, how are we going from 26 meter in height to 10 floors? That's literally double. And when it comes to units, 72 units
converting into 174 units. So basically, we are looking at, this particular developer is asking for amendment. To me, this is a brand new project, brand new design. Even going through OLT, Land Tribunal, they had asked the developer, you have to stay so many meters away from existing residents, and the maximum that they approved is the 7th floor, and the structure has to be almost like a stairs kind of structure. And the structure that they're showing here is basically 1 floor height. There's no level of structure in this. So I would definitely ask the city to deny this. And also this, I mean, they're showing a picture of a small portion of the setting. They're not showing a wide range of where this plot is. So this is a huge concern. We only have one park, which is a Watchman Park, and we all paid premium for our homes. So when we have a 10th floor, literally in our backyard, it's going to affect our housing, our parking. We don't even have enough space for our kids where they go to the park now. There's a small Watchman Park. So when we have 174 units, if you go to the site, literally there is no place for a park. There's no place for parking, but they're saying that they're going to build 2-floor underground parking. So take all that into consideration, and also there's so many accidents on the road. All the studies that was done in the past, it was done during COVID time. COVID time was lockdown time, so all the studies that was done technically is not valid because everybody was under lockdown, schools were closed, cars were not on the road. So it kind of worked in the favor of the builder. So I would ask the council to deny this amendment, and they shouldn't even be calling this as an amendment. It should be a brand new application. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Councilor Power, you have your resident that's very knowledgeable about the application. That's your girl. Our next delegation is Raymond Curl. Raymond. And then after Raymond, we have Rupinder Karbanda and Jasbir Karbanda as well. So if Rupinder and Jasbir want to be ready, welcome.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes.
Hi, everybody. Mr. Power, it's nice to finally meet you in person. We ran against each other. I don't know if you know. I lost. That's why I'm standing here and you're there. So anyway, I have a statement to make today. I don't have any direct questions for anybody here. I do understand the need for more housing and the need to create more diverse housing strategies. We simply don't have enough units available in Brampton for the population today, but I do have issues when we're trying to insert a high-density housing project in an existing residential development that was built with a set number of schools, hospitals, roads, and other basic city infrastructure. There's no more room for any more infrastructure. So how do we fit another 500 or 1,000 people? I mean, 174 units, plus all the families that live there as well. Our local schools, they're all full. And we hear complaints about lack of porta potties. Tell me where these schools are going to take all these children. We have 2 local parks. I know Cynthia was talking about one, but I was assuming the school is a park too, so. But again, in the summertime, they're full. You know, how do we accommodate the influx of all these people in the neighborhood that isn't designed for that amount of people? Brampton has lots of areas that can easily accommodate extremely high density projects, but this area is not one of them. It's not fair for a developer who doesn't even live in the area to affect the locals in such a disruptive way. Every amendment proposed by this developer has not in any way promoted community development, but is simply a tool to fit more units in a set footprint. This attempt to cash in is solely based on the lack of authority that this board holds, and in my opinion demonstrates the futility of this entire exercise. I hope you guys can prove me wrong. Just please don't allow this to happen. Thanks.
Thank you for your delegation. Rupinder or Jasbir? Or Rupinder and Jasbir? Welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Having a Bramptonian in a city hall for the 4th time. Thank you very much. As you said, the history from the previous 7-story to 10-story, I think we should go backward. And we have been coming back, as you said, Cynthia is very knowledgeable. She is backed by more than 1,500 signatures of the residential in that area. I want to tell you one thing. I rather ask you a question, especially representing from the city councils, that when you refused this last time, I don't want to go previous 3 where it got amendment. I don't want to waste your time. We have got all those emails and history. If you want, we can pull it back and give it to you, bump, same thing. But we don't want to do that from commercial to semi-commercial, like commercial down, residence up, then whole residential, then only row townhouses, then that building and townhouses, then that. What I have a question is that when city refuses last time, and in the next steps which I saw, somebody showed me the garage thing, there's last Ontario Tribunal. When you go to the Ontario Tribunal, you just say all those 11 to 12 points that I am a human, I got human problems because I'm staying in that place, and because of this, that, all those points, I don't want to say school, blah, 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 all those things. They say we don't look into those social things. We see the structure is scientifically proven to be right. It won't fall if people are staying there. I love it. And I don't understand why are you there to say no? And if they are there to put an axe on you, I think they should be sitting here rather than you. I mean, if they are humans who are listening to us, then they should understand what human behaviors are, what human problems are, and if somebody just makes a structure there and goes away, the changes, the beautiful part is 74 units, 74 families were refused. And the guy said, we won successfully on Ontario Tribunal because those 1,500 people who were represented by one person, Cynthia, who was backed by those 12 to 15 sitting in the Zoom meeting, and she was told to, we don't care for the social. We'll go step by step. That one house will look over you. The second house up there will be step. It won't cover into that. Then this way we go 7 stories and you won't know there are 7 sitting in your house, backyard, it's just one house. How does it make sense? I mean, on one hand, we are saying that the driveways are being encroached and basements, people have to park there. They need parking outside. It's getting crowded. And this guy says, oh, we'll go 2 stories down. But do you think that 74 units, 74 families, I should say, 170, which was refused? Yeah. I don't care for 174. Because those 100 will be eating me after refusing you. Yeah, but if some city council says, okay, we can create one more council ward here, get those votes and win an election and come here and talk, and then say, okay, no, we refuse it, but let him go to tribunal. He has won again, he will win again. No problem. I don't understand. So as Raman said, if it is futile, why are we exercising? Or you remove that Ontario Tribunal, or somebody should go and sit in that tribunal to say that we are representing these people from the piece of Ontario which is being butchered by you. And that's all I have to say. I don't want to give all those historical events and the items which he said we will answer, which goes into roller coaster. We can send those emails. I don't want to attend those things. And we have proven it. maybe 5 to 10% people must have died in that long run, 7 to 8 years, where he has been putting amendment, but that doesn't make difference. We will still represent it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your delegation.
Good evening, everyone. As already mentioned this thing, and as Raman mentioned, there is another park which is near the Calderstone School. And senior citizens go there in the evening and sit there. And the children, they come out in the lunchtime to eat there. And only one access to that plaza. And my backyard is on that property, and I don't think my children or me or my daughter or something will be able to open the window while sleeping there. And the 174 units means how many people? And 209 parkings are sufficient, and there is no access nearby GO station or subway station or any main transit where people can go walking and then they take the transit. Everyone needs car. They cannot go walking there. For any GO station or highways or anything, they need car. So how many parking they need?
Thank you for your time, for your delegation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I really want to get into the OMB, but we don't have enough time for that. I think Ontario is the only province in Canada that has that tribunal at that next level. Call your MPPs. Tell them that it's a farce and that it shouldn't be. You've elected us to make those decisions. We don't need a second. I said I wasn't going to get into it, but I'm going to get into it. We have two more delegations. We have Manny. We're going to try this as Shahan. That's a consultant.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of council, staff. My name is Manny Chauhan, and I'm the principal planner with G4 Urban Planners and Consultants. And I'm not going to delegate in terms of saying anything. We are more keen on hearing what the public would like to say, because last time we heard them and we made changes to our plans at that particular time. So we did all the studies to prove that the new project that is coming up today is a far better one than the previous one. To set the record right, there were 74 apartments, but we also had a total of 96 units there because we had townhomes, 24 townhomes in the previous design. The FSI for the previous and for this particular project is the same. It's more or less, it was 1.65 is 1.66 at this time. So as far as distances go, I think that was one of the main crux of the, getting into this particular project. We wanted to get as far away from the backyards of the residents who have, common boundaries with this particular property. So we have something like 30 meters distance on the west side, and we have something like 27 meters on the other side. We've got this 45-degree angle worked out to the point that we don't believe that there would be any sort of privacy issues because of that. We've kept away the balconies, which would not be facing towards that side in any case, so that the privacy is maintained for all the residents. We have tried to get a right in and right out to distribute the traffic in such a way, and there was a talk about COVID, but this time we've done a new study for traffic impact study, and that's going to be reviewed by the city, just like they always do, and they always take into consideration the residents. So it's going to be vetted, it's going to be reviewed properly. All the studies that we do are going to be reviewed by the city, and we're not hiding anything from anyone. We're just saying that this project from a planning perspective is a really great project. It aligns with all the new bills that are coming in. with regard to the number of housing that we need to do. The last time when we actually came in with this particular project and got approved from the OMB, it was a done deal, but we had to back out from that particular project simply because the sales group, which they got together and they said, we can't sell these units. They're too big. You're giving three-bedroom units. They're going to cost us $1.3, $1.4 million to sell, and nobody's going to buy it. So we had to scrap that project. Now we're giving smaller units, affordable units, studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, cut down the 3 bedrooms to just 9 units. We are giving 2 parks on the site. We've taken away all the townhomes. There's going to be surface parking. There's going to be 2 amenity spaces for the children on site. There's also going to be a amenity space on the roof, which you're going to have a green roof on top. We're trying our best to get all this project tidied up in a way that the city will appreciate it. And we are listening to the public too. So any concerns that they have, we will mitigate them in every way possible. But as far as from a planning perspective, I can say that this is a great project, and I hope the council will approve it. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Our next delegation is Pushap Jindal. Pushap? Is Pushap online? Pushap, if you can unmute.
I'm requesting the council and the public that Manny has represented me properly, and I have nothing more.
Sorry, I'm going to ask you if you can just get a little bit maybe closer into your microphone. We're having trouble hearing you.
My name is Pushap Jindal, and thank you very much. But what I'm saying is Manny has represented me properly, and I have nothing more to say.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to come down and delegate on this item? Anybody else in attendance that'd like to come down and maybe hasn't heard something that was said by the previous delegations? Seeing none, I'll ask Councillor Power to receive the staff recommendation. And just a reminder to all that this is a public meeting, so everybody's right to come before council and put forward an application, as this applicant has done on their property. Staff are going to take your comments, and if there are any additional comments that you'd like to provide to the city or to this amazing councillor from Ward 7 and 8, Councillor Power, they'll be happy to take that and put that into the recommendations as well. Once those recommendations are coming to planning for the report, and that will be the report to approve or deny, you'll be notified by way of your correspondence to the city. And if you have delegated, and if you reach out to your area councillor, he will make sure that you are notified when the report is coming forward. And at that time, that's when the planning committee will delegate or debate on the item, and then council will ratify that decision. It's been moved by Councillor Power, receiving the item 5.3, the correspondence 11.14, and delegation 6.8. All in favor? That carries. There we go. Our next item is 5.4, staff presentation, application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw, AmDev Property Group 23, 25, 27, and 29 Mill Street North and 53 Nelson. But before we do that, we're going to allow some time for the people that aren't here for that and have heard the past to quietly leave the chambers. We have Chinoy Sunny here. Welcome. And again, this item is the presentation and application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw, AmDev Property Group 23, 25, 27, and 29 Mill Street North and 53 Nelson Street West, Ward 1. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Chino. You may begin.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of committee, members of the public, and city colleagues. My name is Shnoy Sunny, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review the subject application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by AMDA Property Group to permit the development of a 48-story mixed-use development with 549 residential units and 184 underground parking spaces. The lands are located in Ward 1. The proposal consists of a consolidation of 5 parcels municipally known as 23, 25, 27, 29 Mill Street North and 53 Nelson Street West. The site is located south of Nelson Street West and west of Mill Street North. This slide shows an overview of the subject site within the property and surrounding land uses. This property is located within the major transit station area for the Brampton Innovation Go. MTSAs are areas intended for intensification, and municipalities are required by provincial legislation to meet minimum density targets within a delineated MTSA boundary. To the north, towards Nelson Street West, there are existing low-rise residential developments. Beyond those, there are lands subject to a development proposal for a high-rise mixed-use building and the Brampton Innovation District Go. To the south and east, there are also existing low-rise residential developments. Beyond those, there are lands subject to a development proposal for a high-rise mixed-use building. And to the west, there are existing low-rise residential buildings, beyond which is Park Street. This is a closer aerial view of the subject property and the surrounding area. As you can see, the site resides on existing low-rise residential lands. Please note that there are a number of presentations within the Brampton Innovation Go MTSA area that will be presented tonight to the public this evening. There were also public meeting presentations on April 8th for future intensification development proposals within the Brampton Innovation Go MTSA area. This slide displays photos from a site visit conducted. The first picture is a view from the intersection of Mill Street North and Nelson Street West. The second picture is a view looking from Mill Street North, and the last photo is a view looking from Nelson Street West. The applicant has submitted an application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw in order to facilitate a residential intensification development of a 48-story building with a total of 549 units in various sizing ranging from 1 bedrooms to 3 bedrooms. A total of 184 parking spaces are proposed, 330 bicycle parking spaces, proposed indoor amenity area of 1,534 square meters and outdoor amenity area of 960 square meters. The proposed gross floor index is 16.47 and 19.42 for the net floor space index. Currently, there is no retail space in the site plan drawings. However, ground floor retail space is being considered. It is our understanding that this proposal is being planned to include additional properties to the immediate south to allow for a phase expansion of the application with a second builder similar in scale, use, and height. Any future application will require a separate public meeting in accordance with the Planning Act. A tertiary plan is a land use study guide to guide new or redevelopment proposals within a specified area. The city can require them from applicants to demonstrate how the development of their site can be coordinated with other properties. A tertiary plan was submitted with this application and, if approved, would be attached as an appendix to the secondary plan. Some key items that staff are currently reviewing as part of the tertiary plan include appropriate heights within the area, appropriate building separations and transition zones to the existing 2-story townhouses, and appropriate locations for outdoor amenity spaces. Prior to finalizing recommendations to council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, provincial policy statement, conformity with the growth plan and the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Region of Peel official plan, the City of Brampton official plan, and the Downtown Brampton secondary plan. The subject lands are designated central area in the City of Brampton official plan, which permits a freestanding or mixed-use development that includes a range for office, retail, and service activities, residential uses, entertainment, and cultural uses. The proposed development requires an amendment to the official plan. It is important to note that the property is also located within the primary major transit station area. Conformity with these policies must be considered. The new Brampton plan was recently approved by the Region of Peel on May 9th and is subject to the appeal period, which ended on June 5th. As of now, an amendment to the official plan is required for the proposed development. However, it may not be required once the new official plan is in full force and effect. Oops. On November 1st, 2023, Brampton Council adopted the City of Brampton's new official plan, Brampton Plan. The official plan provides clear direction and principles to guide city building, attaining its vision for the future, and support the city to become a vibrant urban city of over 1 million people by 2051. The subject site for the proposed development for the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is designated mixed use within Schedule 13B, Brampton major transit station areas and community areas, urban centers, and primary major transit station areas on Schedule 1A city structures. MTSAs are intended for intensification, and municipalities are required by provincial legislation to meet minimum density targets within a delineated MTSA boundary. The location of this property is located downtown and is in close proximity to the Brampton GO station. The mixed-use designation in Schedule 13B of Brampton's new official plan allows for increased intensification of the lands. The subject land is located within the downtown Brampton secondary plan and is designated medium density. The proposed development does not fall within these uses, and an amendment to the secondary plan is therefore required to permit the proposed development. Please note that as per the major transit station area policies in the council-approved Brampton plan, until such time that the secondary plan and/or precinct plan policies are implemented for each primary major transit station area, the major transit station area policies in Chapter 2 and 4 of this plan take precedence over any existing land use and minimum density secondary plan policies. Uh-oh, what did I do? What did I do? Okay. The lands are zoned residential extended 1 zone as per the city's zoning bylaw. Land use permissions include low to medium density residential uses and other accessory uses. An amendment to the zoning bylaw is therefore required to facilitate the proposed development. As such, the applicant is proposing to amend the zoning bylaw from the current residential extended 1 zone to a downtown commercial zone with a special section. Highlights of the proposed zone include a maximum floor space index of 20, a maximum tower floor plate of 825 square meters, no minimum residential parking rate, but a 0.2 parking rate for visitors parking, and a minimum building height of 155 meters, which is equivalent to 48 stories. Maximum, sorry. At this time, preliminary issues and considerations that will need to be considered include land use compatibility and the emergent MTSA framework. As such, staff are looking to ensure that the appropriate mitigation measures, building separations, and landscape buffers are sensitive to the existing 2-story townhomes within the area. This will be further examined through the tertiary plan process. Building height separation and setbacks. The proposed development will need to ensure appropriate height, tower separation, and building setbacks, which will be implemented through the zoning bylaw amendment process. Tertiary plan. Staff are looking to ensure that the redevelopment potential of neighboring parcels within the block are not impacted by the proposed development. Lastly, there are technical issues. The proposed development must take into account the technical issues such as traffic, construction impacts, servicing, wind, shadowing, etc., to be deemed appropriate for the development of the area. These issues and others that are raised will be addressed in a future recommendation report. Staff is hosting a statutory public meeting this evening to share information of the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment on the subject site and provide an opportunity for members of the public to express comments, perspectives, and opinions. Staff will continue to review the applicant's planning rationale and supporting plans, drawings, and technical comments. And staff will advance a final recommendation report to council for decision in the future based on the details of the proposed development and applicable planning laws and policies, while incorporating comments and considerations from community members, technical reviewers, and other stakeholders. Staff will also follow up with members of the public and other stakeholders who have spoken, written in, or advised of an interest in monitoring this proposal. For more information on the development proposal, the applicant's submission materials, including architectural plans, drawings, and supporting studies, these are all publicly accessible through the city's Brand Plan online portal. Type the file number of the application in the required field, which is, in this case, it's OZS 2024-0033. This will bring up the file page, where by clicking the File Info tab, you'll be able to view all drawings and documents associated with this development application. This public meeting presentation will be available online as part of the Planning and Development Committee meeting minutes. The final recommendation report will be posted on the city's PDC meeting agenda in advance of a future meeting. For any questions, comments, or concerns about this application, please feel free to contact myself, my manager, or the applicant, Jenna Donaldson from Amdev Property Group, and the corresponding contact information is shown on screen. Thank you kindly and have a great evening.
Thank you, Chinoy. We'll go to our delegations. Our first delegation will be Patrick Silva. Patrick, come on down. Welcome, Patrick. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Can I ask for a little extra time, please? Like 30
Not
seconds,
today.
25 seconds.
I would assume that some of your residents are going to, tell you what, at the end of this, there's a public question period. There, your time can be put
Okay,
there.
I'll try to
I
read
just
it
have
real
too many
fast.
delegations
I'll
today.
try to read it real fast. My
Thank
time
you.
has already started. I haven't even
No
started.
worries, no worries, no worries. I know the time
Okay.
started.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Patrick Brown, and council members. Thank you for permitting me to present the views of the affected residents and our concerns and suggestions with respect to the application for zoning bylaw amendment by Amdev Property Group. My name is Patrick Silva. Our homes are located immediately to the west of the proposed 48-story building, and we will be the most directly and acutely impacted by this proposal, should you allow it to pass. We are not in any way opposed, Mr. Mayor, to council addressing the housing inadequacies that plague our province and our own city. We recognize that the city of Brampton is legislatively mandated by federal and provincial guidelines to build vertical housing in close proximity to major transit hubs. Having said that, please explore what we see as many other viable solutions that will not substantially and drastically impact our lives, overwhelm our families, and throw into chaos the peaceful enjoyment of our homes, both during a prospective construction phase and beyond. There are 35 townhomes and the families within adjoining this proposed bill that could bear the exceedingly dismal and disruptive repercussions of this massive undertaking now and well into the future. This building footprint would extend to within 5 to 6 feet of our east-facing walls. Some of us could be living along the edge of and staring down a 40 to 50-foot abyss during construction. The footprint of this tiny parcel of land for the proposed high-rise is markedly too small for this development. Additionally, we see plans for 3 other high-rise towers adjacent to these very same townhomes, extending further south along Mill Street. And yet more to the north of us. How on earth, Mr. Mayor, will the infrastructure be able to handle the enormous influx of vehicles and people into this already congested area? On Nelson Street alone, it's an adventure exiting our driveways with this constant flow of traffic. To further rub salt in our wounds, plans were recently announced for an 11-story Algoma residence directly in front of the townhomes on Nelson Street, consisting of 500 beds. A video is available of one incident of a fire alarm activation at the purpose-built rentals 300 meters to our north. The bothersome chiming continues till the fire department arrives to deactivate it. This can occur 2 to 3 times a week. So, potentially, there could be a 4 to 5-fold increase of this annoyance and squarely at our doorsteps. While we acknowledge that the city's hands may be tied by federal and provincial legislations, we are convinced that you are by no means powerless with respect to some jurisdictional powers still available to you. Powers that you can exert while still meeting the goals of these aggressive legislations, the goals of the developers, and more importantly, doing so without throwing into turmoil the well-being of your constituents. We ask you, Mr. Mayor and council members, to explore just a few of the alternatives and possible solutions offered below. 1. The city or developers, we believe, have already acquired some heritage properties just to the west of the new parking lot on Elizabeth Street. Some of these properties are shuttered and we believe have been sitting vacant for years. Does it not make sense to build there? 2. There is a massive industrial property 1 block to our west of McMurphy Avenue that can house several high-rise buildings with little to no impact to residents. With the City of Brampton's innovation and revitalization goals in mind, wouldn't it make sense to remove that eyesore that seems so out of place and build there? It will still meet governmental mandates to build in proximity to transit hubs. 3. The block to the east side of Mill and south of Nelson also consists of older heritage homes, similar to those acquired by Amdev Triage. Why not acquire that entire block for the sole purposes of multiple high-rise buildings? It impacts no one, there is no need for dual zoning, and it meets the legislative requirements. We appeal to the city to instead consider the construction of either townhomes, triplexes, or fourplexes that will integrate seamlessly into the architecture of the existing low-rise townhomes. 5. Food for thought. If the city's revitalization goals are to turn the areas north of Queen Street into a high-rise mini metropolis, why not compel developers to acquire all the low-rise properties in this block and achieve the governmental objectives on a larger scale? The City of Brampton's own guidelines state the city's zoning bylaw is to create harmonious neighborhoods and communities by ensuring that adjacent land uses are compatible. Dual zoning can only lead to long-term discontentment and resentment. Also, we dare say, Mr. Mayor, that any similar rezoning or dual zoning application within the affluent neighborhoods immediately south of Queen Street would never be tolerated. Our wealth is by and large in our homes. Please do not put that in jeopardy. We urge City Council to deny this bylaw amendment application before you for the betterment of the residents of this tiny block and your constituents within the broader affected areas. We respectfully submit, Mr. Mayor and council members, that you consider the damage an unpopular decision could do to your legacy in the near and long term. This may be a small decision for City Council, but it's a decision fraught with profound implications for us. Please, Mr. Mayor and Council, do what is right by your residents and not the whimsies of these predatory and unsympathetic developers who wish to encircle our lower-rise homes with these 4 colossal towers. Lastly, we would like to commend planner Shinoy Sunny for her diligence and promptness in answering the abundant emails and questions thrown at her with patience and clarity. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for your time and mindful consideration of our request. We are the residents of Nelson Street West, Purple Finch Fort, and Flowering Vine Lane. Thank you.
Charles, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I'm also registered to speak on the next agenda item, so I'm just going to wait until then if that's all right.
You have Charles Foster, then Sharon Foster?
No, just Charles Foster.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's Sharon Fraser.
Yeah.
That's
So I'm going to wait until item 5.6 if that's all right. Agenda item 5.6, that's the next one.
Item 5.104, 118 Queen Street West?
Yes.
Those are 2 separate items. You're more than welcome to delegate on both items.
I'm just going to do the next one if that's all right.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next delegation is Sharon Fraser. Welcome, Sharon.
Hi, my name is Sharon Fraser. I live at 56 West Street. I have mixed opinions on this development. I would love to see high-rise buildings near the GO station. Like the other person said, it is in a weird location and the whole block should be purchased in order to build those homes. I would prefer to see multiplexes on there, a little medium dense housing, because if you put large residential housing in low residential areas, you're going to get a lot of pushbacks from the community. Definitely will not be good. So I would love to see, I am talking about the next item, but I would love to see large residential buildings in areas that would support it, so that future recommendations down the line, everyone would be in agreement of it. But I'm not opposed to it because we do need housing in this locations. There's very little housing here. And it's caused a lot of my friends to have to move far away to get housing. So, yeah, so I have mixed opinions. It would be great if they could build medium density housing because we don't have that here yet. And if you're looking for future projects, that's probably the way to go, or else you're gonna get very big pushback from the community, as you can see. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your delegation. Richard? Do you want me to wait and call out first? You want to be last, or you want to go now?
I'll go last, if that's okay.
Okay, I'll just call out if anybody'd like to come down and delegate on this item. See anybody that would like to come out, delegate on the item that was just presented on? Seeing none? Okay, Richard, as the applicant, consultant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Richard Domes. I'm partner at Daniel Walker Domes Ltd. We are planning consultant to AmDev in connection with its application to amend the downtown Brampton secondary plan and the city zoning bylaw to implement City Council's vision for the properties known as 23 to 29 Mill Street North and 53 Nelson Street West. Is there a presentation popping up? I'll continue for now and catch up on the slides. The subject site is a consolidation of 5 single detached lots located at the southwest corner of Mill Street North and Nelson Street West. These existing conditions are in the form of an underutilized suburban layout consisting of larger lot sizes and ground-related development forms, as seen on the screen.
There you go.
The subject site is located in the downtown, which this council knows is the physical and cultural core of the city and the strategic location for significant redevelopment and intensification opportunities centered around the Brampton Innovation District GO Station, which is located within 300 meters of the subject site and serves as a major transportation hub. From a policy perspective, the site is located within the Brampton Urban Growth Center, or UGC, in an MTSA or major transit station area and along the regional intensification corridor. Amongst the city's tallest buildings and highest densities are planned to be located within the city's UGC and MTSAs. Brampton's UGC is planned to achieve a minimum gross density of 200 residents and jobs combined per hectare by the year of 2031 or earlier. The subject site is designated high-rise mixed use within the Brampton GO MTSA land use plan. With the exception of the lands to the immediate west, the majority of the surrounding lands south of the railway line are planned to accommodate high-rise buildings in the future. Currently, no maximum building heights are prescribed in the city's Brampton's primary MTSAs for the high-rise mixed-use land use designation. The amendment application before you conforms to the 2006 parent official plan and the intent of the council-approved but not yet enforced Brampton plan. Specifically, the proposal advances a 48-story residential building. Approximately 549 residential units are planned that will include a variety of unit types and sizes. Private on-site amenity spaces are contemplated to complement the existing city facilities in the area. 4 levels of underground parking are proposed, access from a covered driveway along Mill Street North, which will serve as the only vehicle access to the proposed building. Road widenings along Nelson Street West and Mill Street North are currently contemplated as part of the proposal. A terrace building podium is advanced that ranges from 1 story in height at the west and south portions of the building up to 4 stories closer to the intersection. The maximum podium height of 4 stories provides an appropriate transition to abutting low-rise built forms that are planned to remain and provides a pedestrian scale. A 0-meter lot line street setback is proposed post widenings. However, along Nelson Street West, in recognition of the adjacent townhouse development to the west, the base building has been pulled back from the west lot line to provide a 7.5 meter setback along Nelson Street West that provides a physical transition between the existing townhouse and the proposed development. 2-level townhouse style units have been integrated into the base building podium along Nelson Street West, identified in blue hatch on the attached that will also feature direct entrances to the abutting street and to provide continuity of street conditions. The building lobby and main building entrance, highlighted in peach on the former slide, has been oriented towards the street intersection to provide active common uses along the abutting streets. As noted by the municipal planner, this area is being explored as potential non-residential use that it could accommodate some form of retail or other dynamic non-residential space to support the city's efforts of the Brampton Innovation District and the city's downtown. A biodiversity corridor is proposed along the rear yard at the interface of the tall building development and the existing townhouses to the west. The biodiversity corridor will provide a naturalized area within the development setback along the west lot line that ranges between 3 meters at the south to 7.5 meters along Nelson Street West. This will feature a mix of deciduous and coniferous plantings. The multi-level landscape program from the ground level to the 5th floor provides a dynamic and cascading landscape buffer along the west and south lot lines that shall be perceived horizontally and vertically to soften the built form elements. And a particular emphasis has been provided on this west lot line to ensure building setbacks are accommodated by a robust landscape program. The building's tower, which reaches a height of 48 stories, is stepped back from the 4-story podium to provide a distinct tower element that is clearly defined from the base building, along with a slender 825 meter floor plate. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that'd like to come down and delegate on this item? I previously asked that, seeing nobody online. I'll ask for Councillor Vincente to move the staff presentation 5.5 and item 6.4 delegations in correspondence 11.5. All in favor? Carries. Our next item is 5.6 staff presentation application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw SGL Planning and Design Inc. Constantine Enterprises Inc. 104 and 118 Queen Street West, Ward 1. Trinoy's back up for round 2. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone, once again. My name is Shinoy Sunny, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review the subject application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by SGL Planning and Design, Inc. on behalf of Constantine Enterprises, Inc. to permit the development of a 51-story mixed-use development on a 7-story podium with 551 residential units and 591 underground parking spaces. The lands are located in Ward 1, and the proposal consists of a consolidation of 4 parcels municipally known as 104 and 118 Queen Street West. The site is located north of Queen Street West and east of Mill Street North. This slide shows an overview of the subject site within the property and surrounding land uses. This property is located within the major transit station area for the Brampton Innovation Go. MTSAs are areas intended for intensification, and municipalities are required by provincial legislation to meet minimum density targets within a delineated MTSA boundary. To the north towards Nelson Street West, there are existing low-rise residential developments. Beyond those are land subject to a development proposal for a high-rise mixed-use building in the Brampton Innovation Go. To the south towards Queen Street West, there are existing low-rise residential developments and existing commercial buildings. To the east towards Elizabeth Street North, there are existing low-rise residential developments and existing commercial buildings. And to the west, along Mill Street North, there are existing low-rise residential developments. This is a closer aerial of the subject property for the surrounding area. As you can see, the site resides on existing low-rise commercial and residential lands. This slide displays photos from a site visit conducted. There is currently a 3-story office building and a 2-story preschool and childcare facility, and this slide provides a closer look at the site and the buildings from different perspectives. The applicant has submitted an application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw in order to facilitate a residential intensification development of a 51-story residential mixed-use building with a total of 551 units in various sizes ranging from 1 bedroom to 3 bedrooms. A total of 591 parking spaces are proposed, 332 bicycle parking spaces, 1,100 square meters for both the indoor and the outdoor amenity spaces. The proposed gross floor space index is 15.44 and 18.7 for the net floor space index. And lastly, the proposed retail GFA is 397 square meters. A tertiary plan is a land use study guide that help new or redevelopment proposals within the specified area. The city can require them from applicants to demonstrate how the development of their site can be coordinated with other properties. Some key items that staff are currently reviewing as part of this tertiary plan exercise include appropriate heights within the area, appropriate building separations and transition zones, and appropriate locations for outdoor amenity spaces. Prior to finalizing recommendations to council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, provincial policy statements, conformity with the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Region of Peel official plan, the City of Brampton official plan, and the Downtown Brampton secondary plan. The subject lands are designated central area in the City of Brampton official plan, which permits a freestanding or mixed-use development that includes a range of office, retail, residential uses, etc. The proposed development requires an amendment to the official plan. It is important to note that the property is also located within the primary major transit station area, and conformity with these policies must be considered. The new Brampton plan was recently approved by the Region of Peel on May 9th and is subject to the appeal period, which ended on June 5th. As of now, an amendment to the official plan is required for the proposed development. However, it may not be required once the new official plan is in full force and effect. The subject site for the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is designated mixed use within Schedule 13B, major transit station area and community areas, urban centers, and primary major transit station area on Schedule 1A, city structures. The subject land is located within the Downtown Brampton secondary plan and is designated central area mixed use. The proposed development proposes a floor space index which is greater than what is permitted in the secondary plan, and as such, an amendment to the secondary plan is therefore required to permit the proposed development. Please note that as per the major transit station area policies and in the council-approved Brampton plan, until such time that the secondary plan and/or precinct plan policies are implemented for each primary transit station area, the major transit station area policies in Chapter 2 and 4 of this plan take precedence over any existing land use and minimum density secondary plan policies. The subject property is currently zoned Central Area Mixed Use 1 and Residential Extended 1 zone. The Central Area Mixed Use 1 zone permits a range of uses included but not limited to a personal service shop, an office, a community club, and an animal hospital. Furthermore, the Residential Extended 1 zone land use permissions include low to medium density residential uses and other accessory uses. An amendment to the zoning bylaw is therefore required to facilitate the proposed developments. As such, the applicant is proposing to amend the zoning bylaw from the current Central Area Mixed Use 1 and Residential Extended 1 zone to Central Area Mixed Use 1 with a special section. Highlights of the proposed zones include various permitted uses such as an apartment, daycare, commercial uses, etc., a maximum height of 51 stories, a maximum floor plate index of 12, and varying setback distances to accommodate the proposed developments. At this time, preliminary issues and considerations that will need to be addressed include land use compatibility and the emerging MTS framework, building height, separation, and setbacks, tertiary plan, and heritage. Given that the subject lands are in close proximity to an existing heritage property, staff are looking to ensure that the design of the building is sympathetic to the surrounding heritage. Staff is hosting a statutory public meeting this evening to share information of the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment on the subject site and provide an opportunity for members of the public to express comments, perspectives, and opinions. Staff will advance a final recommendation report for council decision in the future based on the details of the proposed development and applicable planning laws and policies, while incorporating comments and considerations from community members, technical reviewers, and other stakeholders. Staff will also follow up with members of the public and other stakeholders who have spoken, written in, or advised of an interest in monitoring this proposal. For more information on the development proposal, the applicant's submission materials, including architectural plans, drawings, and supporting studies, these are all publicly accessible through the city's brand plan online portal. Type the file number of the application in the required fields, which in this case is OZS 2024-0034. This brings up the file page where by clicking the File Info tab, you will be able to view all the drawings and documents associated with this development application. This public meeting presentation will be available online as part of the Planning and Development Committee meeting minutes. The final recommendation report will be posted on the city's PDC meeting agenda in advance of a future meeting. For any questions, comments about this application, please contact myself, my manager, or the applicant, Raymond Ziemba from SGL Planning and Design, Inc., who is representing the property owner, Constantine Enterprises, Inc. The corresponding contact info is shown on the screen. Thank you kindly once again and have a great evening.
Thank you very much, Chinoy. And so we'll now be going through our delegations for this item. My first delegation is Emma Jones. Come on down. Welcome, Emma.
Hi.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. So I'm a resident of Byng, so I'm here representing all the residents of Byng, Elizabeth, and Mill. And you may have seen I had a petition appended to the agenda. That petition has garnered, I think, just over 270 supporters that are against this development. Not necessarily straightly against it, but I think the size and scale of the development is the main point of contention. So I'm not a planner, I'm not a politician, I'm in banking. I can't comment on the infrastructure and traffic concerns, but suffice to say, it's probably going to be a problem with the size that you're bringing into this small, mostly residential area, especially the area around this particular city hall. It's known for its character, its beauty, and its heritage properties in this area. So I can only imagine what building a 51-story property would do in terms of overwhelming the capacity there. And let me just put this into a bit more context. Everyone goes downtown Toronto, right? You've been down there? Right, the Union Station, the first building you see when you come out of Union Station, RBC Plaza, big gold building. Does everybody know the one? Yeah, shiny gold. It's apparently 24 karat gold on the outside. That building, how high do you think that is in stories? 41 stories. This is 51 stories that you're trying to put in this low rise. When we say low rise, this is predominantly residential, this area. You're going higher than the central core of Toronto with 51 stories. The one behind that we heard previously today, that's 48. I mean, that's further back from this neighborhood, but it's still quite the scale. 51 stories, I don't even know how they can possibly come up with that. The goal seems to just be to cram as much density into one place. You're multiplying the density, I think, by a factor of 6. You're going from 2, what is the floor space index? 2 to 12. So it's a factor of 6 in multiplication. Next to it, the heritage properties next to it, you have 104, which I think is listed heritage. Their plan for that is just to put in a commemorative plaque. That's it. They're just going to tear that one down, that listed heritage building. 100, property number 100, Queen West, that is designated heritage. That's a beautiful, beautiful building. It's known as the John Howard Society Building. That building is in fact on the Brampton City Heritage Walking Tour. So I don't know if you've seen that tour. It shows Alderley. That building is on that walking tour. So that walking tour is going to change from this is a beautiful building, next to is a 51-story multiplex, whatever we're calling it. So that, just to put some of that into context, I don't know how you can transition or tastefully design that to stand next to 100 Queen. I'd love to see it. But I think what we're missing here is that transitional element. You're going from, if you look at all the properties in this neighborhood, we're single dwelling, detached mostly, and then you have a couple of commercial low rises there, and then the current property that's on the plot of land is 3 stories. You're going from 51 down to basically single detached houses. So there just needs to be a little bit more consideration for transition. Nobody is opposed to redevelopment, and I think we have another site that has been in the media quite a bit lately, the one on Mill and Queen that's been left vacant for a while. Nobody is against redevelopment of some of these properties that have been kind of left abandoned, but do it with some consideration for the rest of the environment around it. It just needs a little bit more transition and a little bit more consideration for the existing residents and just some heritage. Like, we want to maintain some tasteful architecture. We just don't want to be glass. You can tell I'm from the UK, so that is, a point of pride is to retain heritage. But yeah, that's all I had to say on it. You can check out the petition. It's on change.org. I'm sure many of you have seen it. It's at the end of this. And for anyone who hasn't signed it, you're welcome to sign as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your delegation. Do we have a copy of the petition? Councilors? Excellent, okay. Our next delegation, Charles Foster. Charles? Welcome, Charles, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, I won't need that long. So my name is Charles Foster. I live on the top end of Mill Street South, and my neighbors and I have discussed the development in question. We are in support of pretty much everything that Emma Jones has said, but one thing I wanted to raise specifically that she didn't get into too much detail is the intersection of Mill Street North and Queen Street West. The intersection is a very small intersection. The left turn lanes available for Mill Street North and also for Mill Street South are only about 3 car lengths long. And if we're to put in this particular building, in addition to the other building that we heard of up at Nelson, and I know there's going to be 2 other 50-story buildings going up at Railroad and Mill Street North as well, I don't know how that intersection is going to accommodate all the traffic that these particular buildings are going to generate. Anyway, that's all I just wanted to say.
Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Our next delegation, Raymond Zimba. Raymond, do you want to step back and I'll call out if anybody else would like to delegate? Is there anybody else that would like to come down and delegate on this item? Please come forward. Together or separate?
We're together.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Yeah, for sure. If you can state your name and then sign the book after.
For sure. My name is Sonia Thiessen, my husband David Thiessen, and we are the owners of 10 Mill Street North. And as has been mentioned by various other people, the traffic, I can't even imagine how that would be accommodated. There's really no room to widen Mill Street, and as it is now, it's awful. Like, people are just bombing through there. I can't even imagine with a 51-story tower how that's going to go.
Multiple 51-story,
Yes.
approximately. Just 3 or 4 we're talking about.
Right. And my husband will discuss the next issue.
So our backyard will be directly abutting on the side to a 1-story portion of this. And the plan has a setback there of 1.5 meters. And that seems way too close
And that's also where there's, I believe, a pedestrian walkway leading to the park. And when I looked at your Brampton rules, it seemed like you needed a 3-meter setback where there's a public walkway. So that particular amendment, I don't think should be allowed. I think there should be a reasonable setback. And also on that same subject, the minimum setbacks is delineated in Schedule B, which does not appear to be on your website. So I just have to assume that that particular schedule would be the same as the map that's provided and would provide an insufficient setback. The other thing is that I had a look at your master plan, which is also on that website, and I don't know how much that's carved in stone, but it actually has a 6-story podium situated where our house would be. So it would seem like, first of all, we'll have years of dust and noise because right behind our backyard is going to be an underground parking lot. So it's going to be a lot of digging, and in the end, it'll look pretty nice, but by that time comes, there's a very good chance that we'll be evicted, expropriated anyway, say, 3 years. So I'm wondering if this is really something you want to do with multiple approvals currently for skyscrapers and more planned. Why don't you just buy us all out? What's the point in going piecemeal?
Yeah, I can't imagine living there for a couple of years with like 1.5 meters right behind me. And I'm not usually not in my backyard, but this is in my backyard, so there we have it. I'm against this, obviously. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. In summary, thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Come on in, please state your name for the record. We have 5 minutes. And then next we have Sylvia online that would like to delegate.
My name is Talma Mello, and I live on the south side of Queen on Frederick. I'm a realtor, and I commute to a lot of cities. What these developers are proposing to do to our downtown, I haven't seen in any other small city, or large city for that matter. The size of these skyscrapers that they're trying to put up in our downtown where our kids ride their bikes, and the schools can't even hold that type of children going to the schools. Like, they're small, they're unable to hold that type of traffic, right? Our streets are so dense right now with cars, we can't even get out of our driveways without getting into arguments with people driving by because they think they can just sit by. Where are you guys gonna put, where are you gonna put all these cars? I'm looking at the unit numbers, and there's 540 units and 591 parking, or the other way around. So per household, most people drive 2 cars, give or take. Even if you cut that in half, where are those cars gonna park? I get it, these guys make money, it's what they do. They come into cities and they wanna build and they wanna erect and, overprice buildings and units per square footage, and people pay, right? There's nowhere to live, right? Essentially. But that being said, our streets right now, there's already a problem with parking. We don't have large driveways in this neighborhood. It's downtown. It's a heritage downtown. Build it down the way. If you're gonna put up buildings, stick to 8 stories and lower. Make them fit into the downtown core. The prices that they're selling these homes, I've seen some properties near the railroad of decapitated, fallen apart homes selling for $1.7 million. They are literally, like these people are saying, like you're pushing us out. And if you look at the drawings, actually, it's brilliant. Everything that's in red is sort of commercial or low-rise commercial. The people that live in behind there are getting really just pushed in and crushed out. So house per house per house, they're going to be purchasing these properties, whether undervalue or overvalue, because it depends when you get purchased and what's left to develop, then they'll pay you more or less, right? My other problem is the roads aren't wide enough for that. There's already about 12 towers. There's the rental over there on John Street. There's the Symposium ones on Main Street. There's 4 more here. There's another 4. There's the one behind McMurtry and Bing. There's 3 homes that were purchased on Mill Street and McMurtry and Queen. They've been boarded up, so I'm sure that's probably another proposal there. Where are you guys gonna put these people? Where are these cars gonna park that don't have parking? On our streets? How does that even make sense? Where are the cars gonna drive to? They're 1-lane roads. Queen Street is literally 1 road on each side, up and down. Mill the same, Frederick the same. I literally kept cars going by my house like every 2 seconds. And then you're proposing to put another 12 towers at 500 units. Or like, what are we thinking here? This is not Toronto, like to the point of this lady here. Where are these cars gonna go? And when there's no parking for the people that are living in it, where are they gonna park on Mill Street, Frederick, McMurtry, Royce, Bing, all of these other roads? Elizabeth Street's already no parking, and it's probably because of this problem, right? I didn't really come prepared. I mean, I could throw numbers, I could throw all the things, and I was a little nervous coming up here to speak, but this is wrong, and it's wrong on so many levels. You wanna build, we get it, great for the building, but keep it 8 stories and down. Put adequate parking there. You're digging anyway, you might as well dig more. And by the way, we're over a river. Like, all of downtown Brampton's over a river, so the water issues, how far can you even dig before it becomes a contingency on that parking lot? And that's probably why they can't put as much parking in that building. We already have an abandoned site in behind, oh my God, what's that road? It's where Miriam's dance studio is, right off McMurtry. You make a left there. There's an abandoned site there by a developer, and I catch kids there playing all the time. What are we going to wait for? Somebody to die? But again, I could speak to this on so many levels. My biggest thing is, where are these people going to go? How do we accommodate the schools? How do we accommodate the streets? And where are the cars going to go? It's wrong. Keep it down to 8 stories and lower, and make this downtown area look like a downtown heritage area. Push the skyscrapers down Queen Street. There's all kinds of industrial commercial space down there that looks horrible. It's fallen apart, it's not in good integrity. The problem is you guys don't want to pay the money. You don't want to pay the money to buy it off those big commercial guys. You want to come after the little people and offer them a little bit of housing money to build your big skyscrapers. And then what happens is you start to knock down the guys that are beside it, because these poor folks have to look at a skyscraper 7 feet setback. How does that make sense? What if somebody came to your neighborhood and dropped a skyscraper next to your house 10 feet away? How does that feel? It doesn't matter to you because you don't live here. Thank you.
I think you did really well, especially when the Italians start coming out. I like that. Next, we have Sylvia on line. Sylvia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, so I'm kind of curious if this is a genuine application. The reason I'm asking that is I read the geotechnical report, and it says the water table is range from 3 boreholes range from 9.5 to 10.1 meters, and it talks about P7 of underground parking is going to be below at least 22 meters. So we've already had water table issues given the interest rate and construction costs. I have no idea how this project could possibly be feasible. The parking is vastly in excess of anything else around here. It's worth noting that 3/4 the units here are 1 bedroom or 1 bedroom plus 10. So we're not likely to see an average of 2 cars per household. Plus we're right by the GO station, so that should drive that. But with the stuff again in the background, I don't understand how this project makes any technical sense. In addition to going all the way to P7, there's above ground parking on P2, P3 through 6, and then even the 7th floor has parking on it. This is a truly bizarre application. And is this just someone assembling land to put it up for market? And it's mostly a time-wasting thing? It's at minimum, the city has a serious question. If you are going to theoretically allow this, if you have a parking garage that deep, water is going to seep in. So do you have it dump into the storm sewers in the downtown? Or are you going to require them to have a watertight bathtubing like they do in Toronto, which adds enormously to the cost? Frankly, digging down 7 stories in our downtown with the water table is an absurd idea. In downtown Toronto, maybe it would make sense. I have no idea how it makes sense here. So the city should think carefully on how it wants to deal with the groundwater getting into the parking garages. I mean, in the city's own parking garages in downtown, you can see the water coming in. Now imagine 3 stories deeper than that, where you're almost 40 feet below the water table. Thank you. That's my delegation.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Anybody else like to come down and delegate? Raymond, you're up.
All right, thank you. Good evening, committee members. I'm Raymond Jemba from SGL Planning and Design. I'm the planner for the proposal for 104 and 118 Queen Street. So I'm going to jump ahead since a lot of this has been covered. And let's just jump into the surrounding area. So Shinoy has already pointed out, there's residential to the north and to the north and the west, and commercial to the south and the east. You also note there's already some existing higher density further east, closer to Main Street. So, transit. So the subject site's unique in the sense that it's fronting onto Queen Street, and there's the future BRT there. There's also proximity to the Here Ontario LRT extension. It's also within the Downtown Go MTSA and steps away from existing bus routes. There we go, strategic growth areas. I want to touch briefly again, it's in the Downtown Urban Growth Center, it's in the Brampton Go Major Transit Station area, and along the Queen Street Primary Intensification Corridor. So it's really in multiple strategic growth areas. Flipping over to the new council adopted, region approved BRAM plan, the subject site is designated mixed use, high rise mixed use, as is the properties to the north, to the east, to the west, south, and west, and outside of those existing towns. So this really does paint the picture of where the vision is for this entire block and area is to be high density. So, as already mentioned, the proposal is for a 44-story point tower situated on a 7-story podium. There's outdoor amenity space, and that's really as a result of that unique shape of the lot. There's also, of course, at-grade uses along Queen and a mix of 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units. With respect to design, the tower's been shifted to the intersection really to provide that tower separation, privacy, minimize shadowing, and that's reinforced with a slender tower floor plate, on a slender tower floor plate. As already noted, there is meeting that parking demand. There is parking proposed in the underground and above in the podium, but we've also designed that podium so they're not actually fronting onto Queen where the parking is, and those parking spaces could be converted into residential units in the future should there be market demand. This is really just painting the picture of what the landscaping is intended to look like. This is the outdoor space at the back, and providing a bit more of a buffer and transition, and as well pointing out the greenery on the tower. So in summary, the proposal is for 51 stories. You have 2,200 square meters of amenity. You have an uninterrupted public realm along Queen, and it provides appropriate setbacks to protect the redevelopment of adjacent sites. So yes, under the secondary plan, an official plan amendment is required, and that's simply just to introduce residential uses as well as increase the FSI. Similarly, the existing zoning doesn't reflect the new BRAM plan, so there are amendments to that as well, really focusing on introducing residential uses, FSI, height, so everything's site-specific. So this will be getting quick. So engagement and next steps. So we've received preliminary comments and completed the pre-con. We've submitted the first application. We've attended the urban design review panel meeting. And really, the next steps are going to be collecting comments from all the city departments, review agencies, and the region, and really working with everyone to prepare a resubmission. I will note, we have heard the comments that have been delegated today, and also the comments that were submitted. And I think those can be kind of grouped into transition and height. So this was really a site that is earmarked for development, but we do acknowledge that there has been comments on that, and that's something we're going to look into further into transitioning. Similarly, with respect to heritage, I do want to flag that a heritage assessment has been submitted. That was by Stantec that identified 104 Queen Street for commemoration. But we also attended, the Urban Design Review panel. We've heard feedback about wanting to create a better atmosphere for the adjacent 100 Queen Street. So that's something we're going to look into as well. And there is also, on the comment about a public walkway, there is no public walkway proposed. So overall, I want to thank city staff. We've enjoyed working with them so far, and we look forward to continuing that dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Now I have to ask, is there anybody else that would like to come down and delegate? Seeing none. It's been moved by Councillor Vincente, the staff presentation application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw of SGL Planning and Design, Inc., Constantine Enterprises, 104 and 118 Queen Street West, Ward 1 be received, and along with delegation 6.2 and correspondence 11.6. All in favor? That carries. Our next item is 5.7 staff presentation application amend the official plan and zoning bylaw Gagnon Walker Domes 2766321 Ontario Inc. 0 and 11860 Bramley Road. Before we start, we'll give everybody an opportunity that has their applications completed. They can leave if they wish. Thank you very much. Chinoy, you're up for round 3.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shinoy Sunny, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review the subject application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public
Chinoy,
and
can you hold on 1 second? Can I get some quiet, please? Thank you very much. Chinoy, go ahead.
The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by Gagnon Walker Domes Limited on behalf of 2766321 Ontario Inc. to permit the development of a 13-story mixed-use development with 168 residential units and 212 parking spaces. The subject property is located in Ward 9, and the proposal consists of a consolidation of 2 lots municipally known as 0 and 11860 Bramley Road. The site is located south of Mayfield Road and west of Bramley Road. The slide is an overview of the site, and it currently resides on vacant lands. The surrounding land uses are described as follows: to the north towards Mayfield Road, beyond which is vacant lands and is a Mayfield Secondary School and future developments within the town of Caledon. To the south and west, there are lands subject to a future low to mid-rise residential developments, and to the east towards Bramley Road and beyond it towards Bramley Road, beyond which is an existing district commercial complex, a place of worship, and future low to mid-rise residential developments. This is a closer aerial view of the subject property and the surrounding area. As you can see, the site resides on vacant lands. Next to these lands are subject to future residential subdivision developments, and across is an existing commercial complex. The slide displays the site visit photo looking directly at the site from Bramley Road. The applicant has submitted an application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw in order to facilitate the development of a 13-story mixed-use building with a total of 168 units in various sizes ranging from 1 to 3 bedrooms. A total of 212 parking spaces are proposed, 124 bicycle parking spaces. The proposed floor space index is 2.88, and lastly, the proposed retail GFA is 504.6 square meters. A tertiary plan was submitted for this application and if approved would be attached as an appendix to the secondary plan. Some key elements that staff are currently reviewing as part of this tertiary plan process are appropriate heights within the area and appropriate building separations and access and servicing on the lands. Prior to finalizing recommendations to council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, provincial policy statement, conformity with the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, and the regional official plan, the City of Brampton official plan, and the Countryside Villages secondary plan. The subject lands are designated residential and open space in the City of Brampton official plan, which permits a freestanding or mixed-use development that includes a range of dwelling types from single detached houses to high-rise apartments. As such, an amendment to the official plan is not required. On November 1st, 2023, Brampton Council adopted the City of Brampton's new official plan, Brampton Plan. The official plan provides clear direction and principles to guide the city building, attaining its vision for the future and support the city to become a vibrant urban city of over 1 million people by 2051. The subject property is designated community areas and natural heritage system within Schedule 1A city structure, and it's also designated neighborhoods and natural heritage system within Schedule 2 of the Brampton Plan. The subject land is located within the Countryside Villages secondary plan and it's designated medium-density residential and valley land. The medium-density land use designation permits a variety of residential types such as single-detached semis, townhouses, etc., and a maximum density of 50 units per net residential hectare. The valley land designation permits and shall be protected from development and remain primarily in natural state or it should be utilized for complementary uses. The proposed development proposes a maximum density which is greater than what is permitted in the secondary plan, and as such, an amendment to the secondary plan is therefore required to permit the proposed development. The subject lands are located within the Countryside Villages Block Plan Area 1 and it's designated medium-density residential and valley land. The proposed development proposes a maximum density which is greater than what is permitted in the block plan. In accordance with Section 4.1.1, minor amendments to the relocations of land uses are permitted within the block plan. The proposed development is generally in accordance with the block plan and will not require any major adjustments. As such, a block plan amendment is not required for the proposal. The lands are currently zoned agricultural and floodplain as per the city's zoning bylaw. Land use permissions for the agricultural zone include but are not limited to the agricultural purposes, a single detached dwelling, supportive housing, residence, and a cemetery. And the floodplain zone permits flood and erosion controls, any conservation area or purposes, public parks, and a golf course. As such, an amendment to the zoning bylaw is required to facilitate the proposed development. The applicant is proposing to amend the zoning bylaw from the current agricultural and floodplain zone to a residential apartment A zone with a special section and an open space zone with a special section and the floodplain zone. Highlights of the proposed zone include a minimum front yard depth of 2.5 meters, a minimum landscaped open space of 25%, a maximum floor place index of 3, and lastly, a maximum building height of 13 stories. At this time, preliminary issues and considerations that will be addressed include land use compatibility. Staff are looking to ensure that the proposed development supports the city's comprehensive housing strategy and is aligned with the Countryside Villages secondary plan and the block plan for this area. Building height separation and setbacks. The proposed development will need to ensure appropriate height, tower separation, and building setbacks that will be implemented through the zoning bylaw amendment process, and valley land considerations. As the proposed development is in close proximity to an existing valley land, staff are looking to ensure that the development is sympathetic to the valley land and the associated buffer. Staff is hosting a statutory public meeting this evening to share information on the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments on the subject site and provide an opportunity for members of the public to express comments, perspectives, and opinions. Staff will continue to review the applicant's planning rationale and supporting plans, drawings, and technical comments. Staff will then advance a final recommendation report for council decision in the future based on the details of the proposed development and applicable planning laws, while also incorporating comments and considerations from the community members, technical reviewers, and other stakeholders. Staff will also follow up with members of the public and other stakeholders who have written, spoken, or advised of an interest in monitoring this proposal. For more information on this development proposal and the applicant's submission materials, including architectural plans, drawings, and supporting studies, these are all publicly accessible through the city's Brand Plan online portal. Type the file number of the application in the required fields, which in this case is OZS 2024-0036. This will bring up the file page where by clicking the File Info tab, you will be allowed to view all the drawings and documents associated with this development application. This public meeting presentation will be available online as part of the Planning and Development Committee meeting minutes, and the final recommendation report will be posted on the city's PDC meeting agenda in the advance of a future meeting. For any questions or comments about this development application, please feel free to contact myself, my manager, or the applicants, Michelle Harris from Gagnon Walker Domes Limited, who is representing the property owner 2766321 Ontario Inc., and the corresponding contact info is shown on the screen. Thank you again, everyone, and have a great evening.
Thanks, Chinoy. I will ask if there's anybody here that would like to come down and delegate on this item. Anybody at all? Michelle or Mark, do you want to delegate? Welcome, Michelle, you have 5 minutes.
How does one go about changing this? Okay. This one? Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of council, city staff, and the public. My name is Michelle Harris, and I'm from Gagnon Walker Domes Professional Planners Limited. I act as planning consultant to 2766321 Ontario Inc. for the property located at 0 and 11860 Bramley Road. The subject site is located at the southwest intersection of Bramley Road and Mayfield Road. It is rectangular in shape, having a total area of approximately 0.81 hectares with a frontage of 91.44 meters along the west side of Bramley Road. The subject site is currently vacant, and the surrounding areas has already been explained by Chinoy, so I'll just go into the development proposal. The proposal right now is for a 13-story mixed-use development consisting of 168 residential units with 504 square meters of ground floor commercial space. Site circulation. Vehicular access is provided via right-in, right-out from Bramley Road, and pedestrian circulation will continue through sidewalk access from Bramley Road. The proposal is sympathetic to the Valley Land, with proposing to replant the Valley Land and buffer zone areas with native plants in accordance with the City of Brampton and the Conservation Authority guidelines. Also, the frontage along Bramley Road will be planted with trees with sufficient canopy to provide pedestrian streetscape. In regards to sustainability score, the proposal has achieved a bronze score at this point in time. The score will be reevaluated during the planning approvals process and at the detailed design stage. So the list of technical studies are posted here for your review and also on brand plans, which are currently in circulation for review by city staff and external agencies. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to delegate this evening. Happy to answer any questions you may have and look forward to working with city staff on the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Again, anybody else would like to come down and speak to this item? Seeing none. We have item 5.7, the application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw, Gagnon Walker Domes, 2766321, Ontario Inc., 0 and 11860, Bramley Road, Ward 9. Been moved by Councillor Tour with the item delegation 6.6 and correspondence 11.9. All in favor? That carries. Item 5.8 was adjourned. Item 5.9 is a staff presentation application to amend the zoning bylaw, Gagnon Walker Domes, 23 Railroad Inc., 17595031 Railroad ME Inc., and 5519273548 Railroad ME Inc., Railroad Street, Mill Street North, and Elizabeth Street North, Ward 1. And we have Arjun. Arjun, welcome. Give a couple minutes for some of the people to leave, Arjun, please. Ready when you are.
Cool. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Member of Committee, members of the public, and city colleagues. My name is Arjun Singh, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review the subject application. The purpose of the public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by Gagnon Walker Domes on behalf of 23 Railroad Inc., 17595031 Railroad ME Inc., and 5519273 Railroad ME Inc. to permit the development of 2 towers being 55 and 58 stories on a 13-story podium. Subject property is located in Ward 1. The proposal consists of a consolidation of 11 lots, municipally known as 16, 19, 23, 27, 31, 35 Railroad Street, 48, 50, 52 Mill Street North, and 55, 59 Elizabeth Street North. The site is located on the south of Railroad Street, west of Elizabeth Street, and east of Mill Street North. This slide shows an overview of the subject site and surrounding land uses. This property is located within the Major Transit Station Area, or MTSA, for the Brampton Innovation Go. MTSAs are areas intended for intensification, and municipalities are required by provincial legislation to meet minimum density targets within a delineated MTSA boundary. To the north, Railroad Street, beyond which is the rail corridor, the Brampton Innovation District GO station, mid-rise residential, office, and commercial uses. To the south, low-rise residential, beyond which is Nelson Street West. Further beyond are land subject to a development application for a high-rise residential tower. To the east, Elizabeth Street North, beyond which is the Brampton Innovation Go parking lot, further beyond which is the Brampton Transit Terminal. And to the west, Mill Street North, further beyond is an existing high-rise residential development, beyond which are land subject to an active development application for a high-rise residential tower. This slide shows a closer aerial view of the subject property and the surrounding area. Staff would also like to note that there are plans for future investment by Metrolinx to construct a 3rd track to allow for 2-way, all-day service on the Kitchener GO line. It is also noted that majority of the adjacent lands are owned by Metrolinx. The city is also undertaking a study to plan and design a new transit hub in the downtown core to address future transit needs and take advantage of opportunities to better integrate with other initiatives in the downtown Brampton. These include the Brampton LRT, GO Kitchener 2-way all-day service, Queen Street, Highway 7 BRT, and the Downtown Revitalization Program. This slide displays photos from a site visit conducted in May of this year.
The applicant has submitted an application to amend the zoning bylaw in order to facilitate a residential intensification development of 2 towers, 55 and 58 stories, on a 13-story mixed-use podium. Further details include a total of 1,628 residential units, 61 units are studios, 1,196 units are 1-bedroom and 1-bedroom plus den, 371 units are 2-bedroom and 2-bedroom plus den, and a total of 454 parking spaces, a total of 979 bicycle parking spaces, a total proposed indoor amenity area of 3,302 square meters, a total proposed outdoor amenity area of 1,918 square meters, a total gross floor space index of 15.44, and a total retail gross floor area of 405 square meters. A tertiary plan is a land use study to guide new or redevelopment proposals within a specified area. The city can require them from applicants to demonstrate how the development of their site can be coordinated with other properties. A tertiary plan was submitted with this application and, if approved, would be attached as an appendix to the secondary plan. Some key items that staff are currently reviewing as part of the tertiary plan include appropriate heights within the area, appropriate building separations and transition zones and to the existing low-rise residential, and appropriate locations for outdoor amenity areas. Prior to finalizing recommendations to council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, provincial policy statement, conformity with the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, Region of Peel official plan, City of Brampton official plan, and the Downtown Brampton secondary plan. Subject lands are designated as central area in the City of Brampton official plan, which permits a range of freestanding or mixed-use development that includes a range of office, retail and service activities, residential uses, entertainment and cultural uses, institutional uses, high-density employment, and major transit infrastructure. An amendment to the official plan is not required. On November 1st, 2023, Brampton Council adopted the City of Brampton's new official plan, Brampton Plan. The official plan provides clear direction and principles to guide city building, attaining its vision for the future in support of the city to become a vibrant urban city of over 1 million people by 2051. The subject site is designated as community areas, urban centers, and primary major transit station areas on Schedule 1A city structure, mature neighborhoods on Schedule 12, site and area specific policies, and mixed use within Schedule 13B Brampton major transit station areas. MTSAs are areas intended for intensification, and municipalities are required by the province to meet minimum density targets within a delineated MTSA boundary. The location of the property is directly adjacent to the Brampton Innovation Go station. The subject lands are located within the Downtown Brampton secondary plan and are designated as central area mixed use. Under section 5.1.1.5, an increase beyond the maximum coverage policies as situated by policy 5.1.2.2 and table 1 of the plan, and/or an increase of the permitted percentage of residential uses shall require a site-specific rezoning application containing supporting rationale and documentation. An amendment to the secondary plan is not required. The subject lands are zoned residential extended 1 zone and downtown commercial special section 3181 as per the City of Brampton zoning bylaw. Land use permissions include low to medium density residential uses and other accessory uses, as well as the commercial zone permitting retail establishments, grocery stores, and an office. An amendment to the zoning bylaw is required to facilitate the proposed development. The applicant is proposing to amend the zoning bylaw from the current residential extended 1 zone and downtown commercial special section 3181 zones to create a new downtown commercial zone with a new special section. Highlights of the proposed zone include permitted uses including an apartment use as well as various commercial uses, a maximum floor space index of 20, a maximum tower floor plate of 850 square meters, a minimum tower separation distance of 20 meters, and a maximum building height of 58 and 55 stories. At this time, preliminary issues and considerations that will need to be addressed include coordination with Metrolinx for the 3rd track rail expansion at Brampton Innovation Go District, and the consideration for additional improvements planned through the Brampton Transit Hub project, the future of Railroad Street and Mill Street, and possible realignments in the future at-grade crossing at Mill Street and the CN Rail Corridor. What are the considerations for the listed and designated heritage buildings on and adjacent to the site? The appropriateness of the proposed height and density and the proposed building performance standards, and how will the adjacent sites develop through the tertiary planning process. These issues and others as raised will be addressed in a future recommendation report. The application has been filed with the city. The application was circulated to commenting departments and agencies. We are now at the public meeting stage. The next steps in this application are staff will continue to review the application, including reviewing comments from the public and technical comments, advance a final recommendation report to council for a decision. Issues raised will be addressed in the recommendation report. Staff will also contact and follow up with those residents who have spoken in, written in, or advised of an interest in monitoring this proposal. The development application can be accessed by the public through Brand Plan Online. Through Brand Plan Online, members of the public can click search for an application link. This brings, and then type the file number in the application, for the application in the required field, which in this case is OZS 2024-0032. This brings up the file page, where by clicking the File Info tab will allow for all drawings and documents associated with this development proposal to be viewed. The report and presentation associated with tonight's meeting are available online. Once again, my name is Arjun Singh, and my contact information is posted on the screen, along with the contact information from the applicant, Andrew Walker from Gagnon Walker Domes, who is representing the landowner. If you have any questions, feel free to contact myself, my manager, or the applicant. Thank you kindly and have a great evening.
Thanks, Arjun. Sharon? Welcome back. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Hi. So I'm going to make this quick. I do support this application. I think the area is good for the site. I'm not the amount of floors, the height is fine with me. I think the most important part is the ground level. Making the ground level nice. Maybe having the podium in bricks or something natural that is nice to look at would be far more interesting. I like the retail space. Having the building ground level interact well with the rest of the area is far more important to me than the height of it. I would also like to suggest that the amount of two-bedroom units be increased. I see there's only 371 and there's 1,628 units, which I feel is low, and the area has a lot of services close by. That's good for families and people other than young professionals. So I would like to see that increase. We have the YMCA close by, we have the daycares close by, we have a public library. So I feel like they should market it for more than just young professionals. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your delegation. I'd like to ask if there's anybody else in the audience that would like to come down and delegate on this item. Now is the time for you to come down, ask any questions, comments, feedback, sing a song. Nothing? Okay, I have Andrew Walker. Andrew, do you want to delegate? Oh, good. Do you have somebody online that's trying to? Thanks, Andrew. You have 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Chair, members of the committee, members of staff, and members of the public. My name is Andrew Walker. I'm a partner and principal planner with Gagnon Walker Domes Ltd. We're a planning consultant to 23 Railroad Inc., 1759-5031 Railroad ME Inc., and 5519-273548 Railroad ME Inc., along with Kirkor Architects and a multidisciplinary project team, many of whom are in attendance this evening, in connection with the application to amend the zoning bylaw to implement the proposed redevelopment of the site known municipally as 17 to 35 Railroad Street, 48 to 52 Mill Street North, excuse me, and 55 and 59 Elizabeth Street North. Really briefly, as noted by Arjun, the subject site is comprised of a land assembly of 11 lots and parcels, predominantly occupied by ground-related development forms, along with other uses, including automobile commercial at the corner of Mill Street North and Railroad Street. and as noted, we're surrounded, bordered by Railroad, Mill Street North, and Elizabeth Street, and it's noted that we're immediately adjacent to the Brampton Innovation District GO station just to the north across Railroad Street. As also noted by Arjun, the site is located in downtown Brampton, and which is noted as an area of the city of Brampton where a significant redevelopment and intensification that would be centered around the Brampton Innovation District GO station would be located. And as I pointed out just previously, we're immediately adjacent to the GO station. In addition to being located in downtown Brampton, it's also located, as previously noted, within the Brampton Downtown Mobility Hub and the major transit station area. In addition to being immediately across from the GO station, we're within walking distance of the transit terminal just located to the east. Really quickly, the site's located within the Brampton Urban Growth Center and the nearby the Regional Intensification Corridor. The city's tallest buildings and highest densities are planned to be located within the Urban Growth Center. And the Urban Growth Center, as noted, is to achieve a minimum gross density of 200 residents and jobs combined per hectare by 2031 or earlier, and the project seeks to contribute to that. Really quickly, as noted on the MTSA land use plan in the recently adopted Brampton plan, the subject site is located or is designated as mixed use, high-rise mixed use within the Brampton GO MTSA land use plan. As previously noted, the proposed development consists of 2 high-rise towers with heights of 55 and 58 stories and an overall podium of 13 stories. Approximately 1,628 residential units are planned, including a variety of unit types and sizes to diversify the city's housing stock and housing choice. There's a combination of private indoor and outdoor amenity spaces, as Arjun had pointed out previously. On the next 2 slides, we have some preliminary renderings of the project, which demonstrates a well thought out, modern, good-looking project with some design features that take inspiration from 2 dancers on top of the podium in terms of the towers. We are accommodating the Metrolinx rail expansion as noted by Arjun, and also the brickwork that's on the lower portion of the podium is purposely identified in there to be sympathetic towards the historically designated property to the south. And this slide just provides a few more examples of the variation in the vertical facades. We've also prepared a preliminary landscape plan as part of the team and part of the submission to the city. It demonstrates that we're looking to provide some landscape relief, especially in the interface between the north side of the project and the rail corridor itself. Tertiary, no problem. A tertiary plan has been prepared. It identifies not only some additional sites as spoken to with city staff and how they could potentially develop, but we've also shown that how we can incorporate the existing historical house to the south as well. Lastly, we've submitted over 20 reports and plans to show that that the project has been well thought out from a technical and analysis point of view, and that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Anybody like to come down and delegate? Seeing none. Item 5.9, staff presentation application to amend the zoning bylaw, Gagnon Walker Domes, who are all here today. 23 Railroad Inc., 17595-031 Railroad ME Inc., and 55192-73548 Railroad ME Inc., Railroad Street, Mill Street North, and Elizabeth Street North, Ward 1. Moved by Councillor Santos, along with 6.5 delegations, no correspondence on that one. All in favor? That carries. Our next item is 5.10, staff presentation, application to amend the zoning bylaw. The Big Larry Group, on behalf of 100469464 Ontario Inc., 0 Rollingwood Drive, Ward 4. We have Satwant here. Welcome. Come on around. We'll give everybody a minute. Thanks, sir. Ready when you are.
Good evening, Chair and Vice Chair, members of committee, members of the public, and my fellow city staff. My name is Sawan Hoti. I am the planner assigned to process and review the subject application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by the Big Larry Group on behalf of 10000469464 Ontario Incorporated, as shown on the screen. The subject property is located in Ward 6 at 0 Rollingwood Drive in the southwest part of Brampton. The nearest major intersections would include Mavis Road, Ray Lawson Boulevard, as well as Rollingwood Drive itself. The following slide here shows an overview of the site and its surrounding land uses. Surrounding land uses would include, to the north, we have Ray Lawson Public School and associated playing fields and parking, beyond which is Ray Lawson Boulevard and an existing commercial development. To the east, we have Rollingwood Drive, beyond which is Public Park, Rollingwood Public Park, and as well as low-rise residential dwellings. To the west, we have Mavis Road, beyond which is townhouse dwelling development and vacant lands presently. To the south, we have a Lennon Pond, which is an existing stormwater management pond, and as well as low-rise residential dwellings. This slide here just shows a further overview of the subject site as well as some surrounding land uses just on a broader scale. A site visit was conducted in May of this year, 2024. The photos you see are from that same visit. You'll see its views from Rollingwood as well as Mavis, as well as the public notice that's been posted along those arterial roads. The development application is to amend the zoning bylaw to permit the development of 118 residential standard townhouses, as well as some back-to-back units. Further details of the development include 180 units that break down to 28 regular towns, as well as 90 back-to-back units, which are configured in a 4 to 5 bedroom configuration. The property currently is 1.57 hectares in lot area and it does sit vacant. Building coverage of 5,229.28 square meters is proposed, which is equivalent of 34% of the lot area. Total parking indicated is 259 spaces, which is a combination of 235 residential private parking in the form of driveways and garages, as well as 23 visitor parking spaces. 10 short-term bicycle parking spaces are provided, as well as an outdoor amenity space of 240 square meters. A floor space index of 1.2 as well. Prior to finalizing recommendations to council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, provincial policy statement, conformity with the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Region Appeal official plan, City of Brampton official plan, as well as Fletcher's Creek South Secondary Plan Area. The official plan designates the subject property as residential. So residential designations permit a full range of dwelling types, ranging from single detached to high-rise apartment buildings. Complementary uses are also permitted in the form of like schools, daycare centers, etc. The proposed development falls within the residential designation, and thus no official plan amendment is required. On November 1st, 2023, City Council adopted the City of Brampton's new official plan titled the Brampton Plan, further to which the subject site is designated as community areas on Schedule 1 of the city concept within the official plan. The subject plans are located within Fletcher's Creek, South Secondary Plan. The current designation in the secondary plan is medium-high density residential. Permitted uses include maisonettes, stacked townhouses, garden, corridor, walk-up apartments, and cluster housing. The development in front of you contemplates a density range of 75 units per hectare. Medium-high density is defined as 51 to 75 units per net residential hectare. As a result, no amendment to the secondary plan is required. The subject site is currently zoned agricultural. As a result, to facilitate this development, amendment to the zoning bylaw will be required. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment will permit the rezoning of the subject site from agricultural to residential townhouse C, so R3C. The residential zone will maintain site-specific provisions. Planning staff note some following key issues and considerations related to this development. So potential impacts for increased traffic volumes, as well as increased traffic stacking at the four-way stop sign near the school site, as well as added direct accesses onto Rollingwood Drive in the form of private driveways, as well as the main entrance into the development itself. In terms of the site layout, amount of outdoor amenity space amounting to 240 square meters, and amount of landscape area at 21.05 being softscape are some considerations that staff are also looking at. The application was filed with the city and deemed complete on May 22nd, 2024. The application was circulated and to combining departments and agencies, which brings us to today, the public meeting. The next steps in the applications are as follows. Staff will continue to review the application, including reviewing comments from the public and technical comments, advance the final recommendation to report to council for decision, as well as issues raised will be addressed in such recommendation report as well. Staff will contact and follow with those residents who have spoken, written in, or advised of interest in monitoring this proposal as it moves forward. The development application can be accessed by the public through BrampPlan Online. Through the BrampPlan Online, members of the public can click on Search for an Application link, as you see on the screen there. Type in the associated file number, in our case being OZS 2024-0028. This brings up the file page where clicking the File Info tab will allow all drawings and documents associated with this development to be viewed by the public itself. The presentation in front of you today will be made available online shortly. Once again, my name is Sawan Hoti. I am the contact information, and my information is posted on the screen here, along with the contact information for the applicant, Rochelle Larocque, from the Biglery Group, who's representing the landowner in this process. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact myself, my manager, or the applicant. And thank you all, and enjoy your evening.
Thank you, Sawan. Our first delegation on this item is, I'm up there. I specifically put it there so I could see it. But I'll ask for anybody in attendance that would like to come down and delegate. You can come down. We'll get the first person to state their name. We'll get the second person to write their name in the book. If there's anybody else that'd like to come down, you can come down and put your name in the book. Welcome, please state your name. Together or separate?
Yeah, we're together.
Okay.
Not together,
But not that there's anything wrong with that.
So good evening, councilors, city staff. It's a pleasure to be amongst you today. It's great to see some familiar faces that I've done some charity work with, even online. So the reason why I'm here is, first of all, I'm the Ray Lawson Public School co-chair, and I live right in the neighborhood. I'm an original owner of my house, 2003. My colleague here is going to go through the various points. It's past my bedtime, so I'm just going to make it quick. We don't want it. And the reason why we don't want it is very simple. It goes back to traffic congestion. Our neighborhood is very congested already due to various reasons. And as a result of that, the traffic, we have a very variety neighborhood with a lot of elders, a lot of seniors, a lot of children. There's a park across that street. He's nodding his head. He knows where this is going, right? You know where this is going.
That's the only park. Adding up another 118, at least 118 kids playing in that same playground. And when you talk about this space, basically it was owned by Peel District School Board first. I don't know why they sold it with the lame excuse that they can't maintain it. The only maintenance was to cut the grass, and I don't know why they sold it. But yeah, it's the traffic congestion is one of the problems. Adding another 240 something cars, especially with the Ray Lawson on Ray Lawson and Rollingwood, that stop sign where all the kids cross to go to Ray Lawson Public School. It's a chaos when they drop off the kids and when they go pick up the kids. Because I go there every day and I see the chaos. And with another additional 118 kids, I know how it's going to manage. Even I complain even now because they're adding up another 2 classes, grade 7 and 8 on that. Even with those additions, it's going to be hard to manage the traffic.
Also parking. When you look at parking, right now our streets are filled with a lot of cars. And so we need to look at that.
On the other side, on the other side, we lost on Rollingwood, it's a King Knoll, and I think you already added the allowed parking on both sides of the road, so it's narrowed down now. So probably same thing's going to happen on this side. So it's going to be really congested, and especially with the only recreation center we have is the Susan Fennell, and I have my kids, and if you go to register yourself, my kids for swimming classes, they open the registration at 6 o'clock in the morning, and by 6:05 they all fill. You can't get any of the kids to any of the classes, skating or swimming in any of it. And I know if there's no plan for anything like that, and it's going to put a lot of strain on that infrastructure too.
So when you look at all these issues, when it comes to community safety, parking, congestion, we really would not like that. And we're all here from our neighborhood. I think there's some people downstairs still. So I don't know if you want to add anything else.
Well, there's a lot been said already. Like, you don't want to repeat all the things that were said before too about all the other developments, the same things. Plus, this is for us was a green spot. Like, it was owned by school. We thought it would be another playground for the kids, or a park, or a senior home, or another swimming pool for the kids to go there. But all of a sudden, we just came over with this thing now. And you know our demography, how we, like, it's already congested. All the basements are rented out. We are basically already accommodating twice. Well, we're helping city for your housing problems, basically.
Thank you for your.
That's about it.
Thank you for your delegation. Thanks. Anybody else like to come down and delegate? Seeing none. Rochelle, like to come on up? Hi, welcome, Rochelle. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and members of Council. Given the very busy schedule that you've had tonight and the excellent presentation that staff have already made, I'm not going to go through my presentation word for word and just rehash everything that's been said. I thank the residents for coming out tonight and making their comments heard. This is something that we will definitely take back to our client and have that discussion with. We did complete a traffic study which identified that the roads in the area could accommodate the proposal. The project that we've presented with the 118 units is within what the city's designation allows for. So we have proposed a development that is consistent with what the city had planned for the site. We have had other comments that have been made with respect to the compatibility of the proposed standard townhomes fronting onto Rollingwood Drive, and that's something that we are looking at modifying the proposal, but didn't have time between those discussions and those comments being received to provide a revised presentation and a revised development proposal for council. We feel that the proposal is appropriate, adds a new type of use to this area, that the existing neighborhood is predominantly low-density, single detached dwellings, and providing a mix of standard townhomes as well as back-to-back townhomes can provide additional density in the area. It's well serviced by transit. It's got good access to the 407 highway, and we have provided 2 parking spaces per unit, and provided 23 visitors parking spaces, recognizing that that parking will be an issue and will be a concern for the neighborhood. So we wanted to make sure that we provided ample parking within our site to accommodate our residents and not impact the existing neighborhood. But we thank you for your time tonight and are happy to have further discussions and answer any questions from the neighborhood.
Thank you, Rochelle. There's somebody online that would like to? Amandeep? Amandeep, go ahead and unmute.
Perfect. Thank you for having me. My name is Amandeep Mali. My family, so I'm kind of taken aback by this application, and it echoes some of the other delegates' kind of concerns regarding the area. So my family's lived in the area for 20 years, and we've seen the population increase significantly over those years, with basement apartments being rented out and entire family homes being rented out because Sheridan College is close by. If this subject development is given approval, it will result in a further significant increase in our neighborhood's population, which already mentioned through the presentation is densely populated. The addition of 118 units that will accommodate 4 to 5 bedrooms each cannot be sustained by this existing neighborhood. So I'm not sure what Rochelle was referring to, because when we live here and we see the population as it is, there is already difficulties having to sustain the population here. Some of the items of concern related to the development include further overcrowding. So the Rollingwood corridor, it is increasingly difficult to navigate because people park on the streets. It's single lane. Residents can't get in or out. People are walking. There are young children who play on that, oftentimes, as previously referenced. This is going to be exacerbated. So when there's pickup and drop off, it is chaos. And I encourage council members, planners to please come there in the morning and during school drop off to see that the chaos, it is not even usable. You can't even navigate the area. And that is the main artery, Rollingwood, for those folks in that neighborhood to get in and out of the neighborhood. The second piece is that the existing traffic concerns is one, but the hazards they present. I'm not going to get into a discussion about the type of driving and what's happening, but when you look at those folks that are coming off of Mavis onto Ray Lawson to an 8-lane intersection, you have young children who oftentimes, several times, we've seen near misses or children get hit because of people trying to rush through there. So if you're saying you're going to add 118 units that are now going to use that intersection, that is a 4-way stop, I'm scared and I'm terrified for people that are crossing. I'm worried about people being able to even navigate it because, again, it is an 8-lane intersection, again, which is always busy. There isn't a time of day that isn't busy. The third point that I kind of quickly want to reference, because I know we've had a really long day, is this eliminates any green space in the area. This initial development, so my family, when we initially bought this house, it was proposed to remain green, have an open space to ensure that people could play at the park. The local park that we have, or one in the entire area, is consistently overrun. There is no space for children to play. So now they play in their driveways, which results in people running onto roads and, again, creating a risk. This development is really, I'm shocked that, there's a bit of an apathy to this kind of development, or there's not more of an uproar, but it's really going to destroy the peaceful enjoyment of people's homes here. It's going to create a serious risk to folks. And I really would ask council to seriously take their time to come down. It's really nice to see things on a presentation, but when you're here in person and you have to navigate this day to day, it is completely chaos. We wouldn't be able to sustain it. And I'm actually terrified to see what would happen if they went ahead with this application. So I'd ask that you deny the application. I think discussions around another development, if there was another development, we're totally open to that. but this is simply just not sustainable.
Thank you for your delegation. I'll ask now if anybody else would like to come down and delegate. Seeing one. You have 2.5 minutes, no 5, just kidding.
Just need a 1 minute.
All right.
So my name is Joe Danda. So we bought the house looking at the green space at the back, right? So now I don't want to see eyesore, townhouses at the back, where now my kids can't even play anywhere. The park, they rebuilt it, is pretty small, right? The traffic is crazy. I don't know when they came and did the survey. They should come, talk to residents, and then find out what they should be doing with that place. I heard it was, when I read the sign there before when we moved in, it said Peel, this is school board property. After that, I called city to get the grass cut. The city doesn't even know who owns that property, right? Even now, when they put the sign on, they cut the grass where they have the signs. Anywhere else? If you guys go take a look at now, the grass is still standing there. If we don't cut our grass, we get charges. What's happening now? Right? So simple, the residents speaking, we spend our time here. We want it to be gone. We want our streets to be safe. We want children to be safe. Our elders to be safe. A space we can use. Right? We're already ringing with the RL licensing. Right? Same thing is going to happen right here. Have you guys been to Shoppers Wolf where they build the stack homes? You can't even drive in and come out. We don't want the same thing to happen here. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Councillor Keenan, move receipt of the staff presentation application to amend the zoning bylaw, the Big Larry Group, on behalf of 10004694464 Ontario Inc., 0 Rolling Wood Drive, Ward 4, and delegation 6.9, added delegations and correspondence 1110. All in favor? That carries. Yes. Pardon? Keenan. Okay, let me get my bearings here. We're going now to public delegations. We'll give a couple minutes. Our first delegation, item 6.1 was delegation request to waive zoning bylaw amendment application fee, New Life Community Church, NLCC 9281, Gorway Drive, Ward 8. We have Ian Jones from BGI Group on behalf of New Life Community Church. Ian?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully you can hear me well. I'm just here to confirm support for what we submitted. We've been members of the church since 1990, and we took the original zoning and OP amendment through for the Dayspring community that's there right now. And basically what the church is proposing to do is take what was proposed for a conference centre and make it into high quality rental housing, which the city needs. So it was just when we started that process for the submission of the pre-consultation just over a year ago. Since then, the pre-consult has changed into a two-stage process, and the fees have quadrupled. So there isn't any relief on the surface for not-for-profit rental housing, which I find curious, because of what's being proposed to, provide new rental housing in Brampton. So this is the reason that we submitted that request to actually waive that fee so that we can continue with the process, because it's had to take about a 2 or 3 month hiatus, so that we can grapple with it to continue the process. Thank you.
Thank you for the delegation. Are there any members on the board Seeing none. Councillor Power, move receipt of the delegation. All in favor? That carries.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The next delegations are 6.3 on regarding the application to amend the zoning bylaw, Bose Fields, Inc., care of Little Willow Holdings Limited, 2 Bartley Bull Parkway, Ward 3. We have Jason Lauder, first up to bat. Welcome, Jason.
Thank you.
Have 5 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, regional councillors, and city staff. My name is Jason Lauder. I'm a resident of Riverview Drive in Peel Village. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about this application this evening. It's an important part of our democratic process, and I appreciate being able to voice some of the concerns that I and many of our neighbors have about this application in its current form. Residents of Peel Village are worried about the negative impact that this proposal is going to have on their quality of life and personal enjoyment of their properties. Councillor Keenan and Councillor Medeiros are aware of the fact that 2 petitions against this proposal in its current form have been delivered to City Hall, and the most recent with over 100 signatures. I'll also inform you that not one person that was asked to sign the petition declined that, and many of the members are here in the council chambers this evening, and others did not quite have the stamina to make it through a PDC meeting. As a council and as members of this committee, one of your primary responsibilities is governance. Good principles of governance require understanding and abiding by laws, policies, and procedures set out by each level of government, including current municipal decisions. With that in mind, point out to everyone here present that the staff recommendation report for the application before you tonight clearly admits that the building as proposed exceeds the height limit set out in 2 separate policies. They were both adopted and are currently governing development on the subject property. Policy 3.2.5.1.2 of the Brampton Official Plan clearly states a maximum permitted building height envelope of 25 stories. Additionally, Section 5.3.3 of the Huron-Ontario Main Corridor Secondary Plan only permits a maximum height of 63 meters, which is about 20 stories. As the proposed amendment shows, the 29-story development exceeds the building height envelope set out in both of these plans. These documents were created with an exceptional amount of careful thought and deliberation by both professional city staff as well as elected officials. It's your duty as councillors to abide by the regulations set forth in the Brampton Official Plan and the Huron-Ontario Main Corridor Secondary Plan as you consider zoning bylaw amendments. Failing to do so would clearly indicate a disdain for the principles set out in these important governing documents. Simply ignoring the policies which don't align with one's particular circumstances is not good governance. Furthermore, making the argument that you're only slightly breaking the law is still breaking the law. Suggesting that it may be a violation, but not a major one, is not an endearing look on any elected official. It is our expectation that the committee members will respect the rule of law enacted in the stated policies above the interests of the applicant. In conclusion, the vast majority of residents on Riverview Drive and Parkview Place and beyond are opposed to the application in its current form due to the proposed height, which is not a good fit with the adjacent established residential neighborhood. It is our desire to let the members of the Planning and Development Committee know that this application should be reduced in height to no more than 20 stories in compliance with the above policies. Approving a zoning bylaw change that fails to adhere to 2 separate policies governing development completely undermines the intent of those policies. This height reduction will help alleviate residents' legitimate concerns about sun shadow effects and privacy related to overlook, while still meeting the goals of the provincial policy statement, the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Region Appeal Official Plan, and the city's official plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your delegation. Our next delegation, John Collins. John?
Presentation, mine there, and I've been told someone will change the slides.
Awesome.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
Good.
We can do it if you want.
That would be great if you wouldn't mind, yeah. So I'd like to talk about the traffic study from the developer's consultant. Report was revised 2 years after for the increased height and number of suites. No new data supplied. These reports did not withstand critical assessment. Are the slides not there? Oh, that's the second one. First one. These reports did not withstand a critical assessment. We do not believe or trust them for a number of deficiencies, and I'll give you 3. First, the impact on Bartley Bowl Parkway traffic west to Main Street has been just glossed over. The baseline traffic numbers in their very tiny study are too low, and they make generalizations about the future volume of traffic not increasing without supporting data. The consultants guess that the project will add 20 vehicles coming into this new site and 70 out in a peak time interval, and 45 in and 20 out in an evening peak interval. Next slide, please. Let's look at the intersection, which is really the critical aspect for all of us residents. Traveling west on Bartley Bowl, you can see that you pass the proposed site on one side, and this is the only entrance and exit from the site for this sizable development. The Food Basic Mall on the other side, and then you very quickly reach the lights at Main Street. How far are these lights from the entrance of this development? It's not in the consultant's report. I measured it. It's only 56 meters. How many vehicles will it take when there's a red light to back up the traffic to the entrance exit of this development? 6. Only 6 vehicles. I counted them. So what's going to happen when you dump 70 vehicles out in the morning from this site and you have 45 turning left trying to get into the site? You don't have to be Einstein to see that this is going to be a disaster. One that could back up right through Main Street where all the other development is occurring. Next slide, please. The second deficiency is the volumes from their very limited count are too low. They monitored one day 5 years ago at one morning interval and one evening interval. They don't say when, and they don't say how long they monitored. The most basic information is missing from the report. They stated they counted 130 vehicles traveling west into the intersection at the AM peak interval and 85 at the evening peak interval. We believe these are incredulously low, and twice we've asked the city to do its own count, and we've had no response. I've counted 6 to 10 vehicles at the traffic light every time I go by. Now, for a 1-minute light signal, that equates to 480 cars an hour, which is 3 times what the consultants say, plus more cars when the lights are green, obviously. Next slide, please. Third deficiency is that they state the volumes will not increase, not in 2024 and not in 2027. Well, guess what? It is 2024. Traffic has increased and there's more congestion there. Cities approve multifamily dwellings, so we have more cars per house. Brampton's had a high growth rate, and that's going to continue. And it's not just the Peel villagers that use this main artery to Main Street. Other citizens cut through Peel Village to bypass other lights and other congestion. They also state, the consultants, that the additional trips from this site will decrease 14% by 2027. Incredulous. There's no facts or data in the report to substantiate it. They cite vaguely the LRT and shared drives. It's really a pipe dream, more hope than fact, simply to support the application. And what if they're wrong? We will suffer, and believe me, council will suffer. These ridiculous statements undermine the integrity of the report. So we request the application be rejected, and if any future projects are done at this site, the city should engage its own traffic consultant. Thank you.
That's it, all done. I appreciate it, but we have a long night to continue to go through. Donald McKenzie is the next delegation. Donald?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice, members of council. My name is Donald McKenzie. I also happen to live on Riverview Drive. You have heard Mr. Lawden and Mr. Collins from them details of the insufficiency of the planning department's review of the proposed project in this application. I wish to focus my remarks on 3 points. First of which is your role as legislators in determining whether this application should be granted. Secondly, the sufficiency or lack of it in the conclusions of the city planners which support, in effect, the position of the applicant. And number 3, why the project in this application should be rejected by council. First, I deal with your role as legislators. You are de facto, if not de jure, legislators because you are making decisions that have the effect of law. That's what I mean by legislators, not the people down in Queen's Park or the people in Ottawa. Now, your role as legislators in this regard, you are empowered in this situation to do one of 2 things. Number 1, accept the city planner's views of the applicant's proposed project being in effect the, quotes, highest and best use of the land, or, not surprisingly, reject the city planner's views that the proposed project is being the highest and best use of the subject land. Now, as a sidebar on the meaning of the word highest here, and Mr. Lawden referred to the question of the existing bylaws in relation to maximum heights and such. The maximum number of stories in any governing bylaw does not result in that maximum becoming the minimum. There are other factors and aspects that must be taken into consideration, such as the ratio of the area or footprint of the site in relation to the total area of the 330 residential units at the street level of the 29-story, and the total area of the commercial units at the street level of the 29-story tower. In sum, you as council are not bound by any support of the applicant's position that may be derived from the city planner's reports. It is first and foremost your decision and responsibility to deal with whether this application should be granted. My second point, that is the sufficiency of the conclusions of the city planners in support of the position of the applicant. Mr. Collins in particular has eloquently spoken to a wide range of concerns about deficiencies in the city planner's bases for supporting the position of the applicant. However, I wish to emphasize a factor that is essential to your decision in this matter, namely, the real question, do the statements by the city planners have sufficient critical analyses and evidence-based conclusions, or are such statements in support simply factual assertions without appropriate reasons? I wish to give you a salient example of this type of assertion as it relates to the traffic issues arising from the proposed 29-story tower. And I believe these quotes that I'm about to give you are from pages 116, 117 of the recommendation report. And I quote, "The traffic impact study notes that vehicular traffic movements are forecast to operate at acceptable levels of service up to the 2027 horizon, with the net impact from the proposed development to be acceptable." And then it says additional, "The addition of site traffic will not have a significant impact on the overall intersection. Traffic services staff has deemed," I love that word, deemed, the study as acceptable for purposes of the zoning bylaw amendment. Now, these so-called conclusions are in essence a form of blank check.
15 seconds, wrap up.
These so-called conclusions are in essence a form of blank check in aid of the applicant's position. In effect, these conclusions are a form of crystal ball assertion, which crystal ball, in the factual circumstances set out by Mr. Collins, is a flawed and cloudy crystal ball. And I want to sum up just on this particular point. How can it be rationally stated as facts that, number one, vehicular traffic movements are forecast to operate at acceptable levels of service up to the 2027 horizon, with the net impact to be acceptable? And finally, traffic services staff have deemed the situation, the study, as acceptable for purposes of this zoning bylaw amendment.
Thank you for your delegation.
In conclusion, I thank you for your attention to this matter, and on behalf of my other two delegates, and of course all the Peel Village residents in this thing, we appreciate your attention.
Thank you, Donald. Councilor Keating, would you like 7.5 brought forward now? Members of committee, you have before you staff report 7.5, application to amend the zoning bylaw, Bosefields Inc., care of Little Willow Holdings Limited, 2 Bartley Bull Parkway, Ward 3. Councilor Keenan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the residents that have made your way out and sat through what I would call a decently long planning meeting. I appreciate your time, your efforts that you put into trying to maintain what we have over in Peel Village. I'm going to start off by stating that I am a fan of development. We do need it, but my colleagues can attest that I'm a big component on building full communities and making sure that the projects that we're approving fit within those communities, or trying to have the developers adapt their plans to make sure that they can fit in. When we look at Peel Village, me personally, I look at all the trials and tribulations that we go through in that community. We have a gem in Peel Village that I think has been deteriorated over the last number of years. We deal with rooming houses, we deal with speeding vehicles, we deal with traffic. Since coming in, I've done everything possible to my knowledge to try to, I don't want to say fight back, but push back on some of the things that have been happening in that particular community. And I would say in Ward 3 in particular. And this doesn't fall short of adding to some of those complications. When I looked through the report, one thing that kind of caught me off guard, and I'll bring this to staff's attention because I would like it addressed in future reports that come forward that deal with this particular area. We are in a housing crisis, and we have made a pledge that we are going to meet those housing needs that the province has asked us for. This report leaves out, when we look, it says to the west we have Shoppers World, which has already been approved and rezoned for 5,000 additional units. I would say that this community has done its part in approving the housing that's needed in this area. And I completely agree with everything that's been said here tonight. I think the buildings are too high, but nobody touched on the park that it backs onto. Nobody's touched on to what it's going to do to that ecosystem, what it's going to do to the park. I go out there numerous times a year with different organizations, sports groups, companies to clean that park. I walk through it. It is another hidden gem. And I think that this application in its current standings would ruin that. Another thing that I wanted to touch on, and not sure how many people know me or know me as your counselor or whatever, but I was on a phone call with a resident, and the resident said to me, I'm calling you after somebody had already told me that it was going to fall on deaf ears, that it didn't matter what you were going to say to me, that the decision was already made. And I can tell you wholeheartedly that there is nothing more that I'll do than listen to my residents. Be known that this council listens. And I think it's important. Please always pick up the phone to me. Send me emails. I will respond. I will act the best way that I can. I am going to ask my colleagues to support me tonight. I have drafted a motion of refusal. I'll ask the clerk to bring it up. So I'll go ahead, Mr. Chair, and read this out.
Yep.
That the report from Edwin Lee Partner, Development Services and Design, to the Planning and Development Committee meeting of May 6, 2024, regarding recommendation report application to amend the zoning bylaw, Bowsfield Co. Lit Willow Holdings laid 2 Bartley Bull Parkway, TPTL 621 PL 695 Ward 3 be received, and that the application for the amendment to the zoning bylaw submitted by Bowsfield Inc. on behalf of Litwell Holdings, file OZS 2021-0010, be refused, on the basis that the proposed development is not compatible with the surrounding character of the existing built form. The size and scale of the proposed development will have undue traffic impact to the existing community, taking into account the already approved developments just to the west of the proposal site. The development will have negative effect on the ecosystem of Kiwanis Memorial Park and the Etobicoke Creek, and that the scale and massing of this proposed development does not fit within the existing street context, and I will ask for a recorded vote.
Thank you, Councillor Keenan. Is it too late to ask for Wendy's to be brought back? Councillor Medeiros is on. Councillor Medeiros?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and pretty much I think everything's been said. I've been dealing with this application for many years now, and I walk by this location every day. I live very close by, and I think everything's been calculated, and I thank Councillor Keenan for putting through this motion. I'm happy to second it either today or at council. But essentially, what I find difficult to understand is some of the comments, I think, by the conservation authorities, understanding, I just find the sensitivity in the area, especially with that level of density, really does impact the environment. And I understand with the provincial legislation and trying to get, density we needed, rightfully so. We have, across the street, we have amount of density, we have along Steeles. So it's just sheer numbers and volume for an area which is Peel Village, the way that it's been constructed, it's just way too much. And I will just say the last comment, since, I've been on this file, and this goes back 6-7 years ago, I've never had the developer reach out once to speak with neither myself or Councillor Keenan or Mayor Brown, which to me usually tells me it's not someone who really cares about the community or working with us and to try to do something that fits with the community. Speaking to many of the residents, people understand the challenges the city of Brampton's facing, especially around density. But this is one of those applications that in every way I just don't, I couldn't from day one years ago support it, and I can't support it today. So thank you very much, and thank you for the residents for coming forward, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. To the clerk's office, Councillor Keenan has asked for a recorded vote.
Okay. Through you, Chair, I'll call the vote on Councillor Keenan's motion. Councillor Keenan, how do you vote?
In favor.
Chair Pelletier?
In favor.
Councillor Brar?
In favor.
Councillor Vicente?
In favor.
Councillor Power?
In favor.
And online, I believe, Councillor Fortini?
In favor.
Councillor Medeiros?
In favor.
Councillor Santos?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Singh?
In favor.
And Councillor Tour?
In favor.
That is unanimous.
Thank you, everybody. Congratulations. We have our next delegation is Rajashri Basu, but we'll wait a couple minutes for. All right. Okay. That's right. Yeah, you're okay. Well, we'll just. Do we have a registry? Hi, registry. Welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, and I know it's quite late at night, and thank you for staying back to listen to me. I wouldn't take a long time, and I have spoken here before 2 years back, and I think some of you all have listened to my problems about this CANF building which is coming up just behind my backyard. And in last 2 years, certain amendments have been done, but yet I get to know that some buildings are coming up there. I have gone through all the 18 attachments on that website, on city's website, but none of them has clearly shown me which building is coming next to my house. It is behind my backyard. We are sharing the same fence, but I don't understand through those maps. Well, I'm not an engineer, I'm not an architect. I don't have that kind of knowledge. If anyone from the city can help me out to understand where I stand, what are my rights as a property owner, as a taxpayer, it will be absolutely helpful. And here I am absolutely against this development, not the full development. I know towards Shoppers World we are getting huge buildings, about 5,000 more units together, but behind my backyard, just behind it. Did anyone come and visit me in last 2 years to find out how I will feel? No one. No one from city has visited me. How do they know that what is going on? How will they feel, a person living in that house, from the kitchen, from the living room? There is only one bay window which opens towards the backyard. There is no other window towards the front side of the house. I spend most of the time there. 2 days a week I get to work from home. 3 days a week I go out to work. All these studies where the project has said on that report that the traffic, the pollution, the greeneries, the air quality, everything is right, good, and there is no further public meeting required, and there is some sustainability score of 56 with some provisions to improve that. And again, as I said, I am not a technical person. I don't understand all these. I just need to know that how long this construction will go on. Is there a scope to move that building further away from my house, from my backyard? There seems to be another, some 6-storied building coming up somewhere there. Can that be brought behind my house? There are about 3 or 4 houses that will get affected with this because it's a court. It doesn't affect all the houses, and I am one of them. I'm living in that house for the last 17 years. I have nowhere to go now. That is the only property I have, and I have spent all my money invested there to live the rest of my life. The traffic study there shows everything is fine. There are several times they have mentioned about the Page Brook Court, but nowhere about the Sheldrake Court from where there is only one exit from where we can go out. If that traffic increases, how do I take a right turn or a left turn? As it is in the morning between 8 to 8:30, there are so many school buses, we cannot reach work at time. Half an hour before or half an hour after we have to leave. Now again, this exit of Sheldrake Court, no one has taken into consideration. So please, someone listen to me and help me out to live there rest of my life. Just little bit of adjustment will help me to survive there. That map is very, very complicated. Appendix number 12, point number somewhere on, I think, appendix 12, yes. That is what shows some maps out there, which is not at all clear. The 14-storied building transitioning to 9, what does it mean? The 9-storied, how many of those apartments will be behind my backyard?
Sorry, I'm just trying to communicate with planning staff. You have some great questions.
Yeah.
And I just want them to maybe sit with you.
Yes.
And you have.
Yes, I will try to summarize them and email back to you all. I know it's very late at night. I cannot keep you all held up here. And again, I am extremely concerned about this vibration damage, because these houses were built in 1982 and no one knows how strong they are. At this time, I have no seepage, I have no cracks, nothing in the house. All my money I spent there. Don't go on vacation, but I keep the house maintained so that there are no cracks. But now, with this development, if the house breaks down, who will help me out?
So there's a whole process in that?
Yes.
And I think if what I want you to do is just give your contact information.
Absolutely.
And then maybe we can get
Thank
you
you.
to come in and we'll go through everything with that.
Thank you very much. And I
Thank you
did reach
so
out
much.
to Councillor Medeiros today, and someone from that office, Ms. Priya, called me back.
Okay.
They have also given me some assurance that they will be replying back to my emails, and this is all the cooperation that I request for.
Yeah.
I know I cannot stop this development, but little bit of adjustment will help me out. Thank you very much, and good night to all of you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Harsh. She was also kind enough to.
They're gonna come
reply
see
to
you
my-
right now. Councilor Medeiros, move receipt of the delegation 6.7. And we'll move on to, let me run through stuff here. 6.9 is done, 6.10 is done. We're on to 7.1. Any members of council have any questions about the citywide community improvement plan for affordable housing? Seeing none, it's been moved by Councilor Brar. Are all in favor? With item 5.1 and 6.10? That carries. Item 7.2, it's getting late. I'm going to refer this directly to council. I think a discussion needs to be had, so, is committee? Next? Can I refer it to committee? Yeah, let's refer it to committee to have the discussion there. That's 7.2, staff report, city initiated bylaw, right of entry for maintenance, friendly neighbor bylaw. Misnomer. 7.3, Councillor Tour wanted to reopen the agenda, pull 7.3, staff report, city-initiated official plan amendment to the Vales of Castlemore North Secondary Plan, Area 49, Ward 10, and refer that to Councillor Tour. No, defer. To next planning meeting?
Thank you. Yes, please.
When's the next planning meeting? I don't think that's gonna happen that date. I don't think we have anything pending for it. I think we were planning on canceling it.
We can discuss it more.
Okay. Anything with this one needing to make sure we get it done there, or can it? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Tour. That's been deferred to a future planning meeting. All in favor?
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Carried. 7.4, which went in consent by accident because of the delegation. is a staff report application to amend the zoning bylaw Canef Group 210 and 220 Steeles Avenue West, Ward 3. Any members have any questions? Seeing none. It's been moved by Councillor Medeiros that to permit the 45-story rental apartment towers on a 6-story podium, a 40-story rental apartment tower on a 6-story podium, a 14-story rental apartment building that transitions to a 9-story mid-rise building and a 6-story mid-rise rental apartment building. All in favor? That carries. 7.5 is a staff report application amend the zoning bylaw. No, we did that one already. 7.6 was consent. 7.7 was consent. 7.8 went into consent. 7.9 consent. 7.10 consent. 7.11 it's just up the road. Great slushies. I don't have that in consent. It was held by Councillor Tour. Councillor
That was
Tour.
held with myself. Thank you through Mr. Chair. I'd like to, my intent at the last planning meeting was to defer this until we have further discussions with staff and with the applicant of this development area as well. But it wasn't to come back to this council meeting. It was just to a future that we've had discussions. I think there's going to be more discussions happening on this. So I would just say, I don't know what's the best way, but to say defer to a future planning meeting.
For sure. It's being deferred to a future planning meeting, and a discussion is going to be had with the area councillors just to coordinate the time when it comes back. All in favor? That carries. Item 9, my item. Right now we take LOCs. LOCs hold up a lot of future investment in the city of Brampton. I want staff to be able to look at doing it a little bit differently with surety bonds. I have a motion whereas 2023 launched its municipal Brampton housing pledge outlining the city's commitment to the province's goal of achieving 1.5 million new housing units by 2031. With a specific municipal target of 113,000 new homes, whereas the Ontario Housing Affordability Task Force has identified options that the province and its municipalities could adopt to help achieve these targets, including the use of surety bonds for development agreements, whereas the City of Brampton is committed to unlocking more housing, streamlining development approvals, removal of barriers, and accelerated planning in support of the province's housing target. Therefore, be it resolved, the council directs staff to report back to the Planning and Development Committee on the potential uses of surety bonds as a financial security for development projects to secure municipal agreements. I'll move that. All in favor? That carries. Our correspondence, I am going to bundle up except for the 11.4. All other correspondence will be moved by Councillor Tour. All in favor? That carries. 11.4, Councillor Tour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the respondents 11.4, that is the site that previously had an MZO, and I think when the government made some changes, inadvertently affected this property as well. This is, I think at that time as well, Council believed this is a great community asset to have. Request is being made through this correspondence to reinstate that MZO. And I prepared there's a motion I did share with Madam Clerk that I'd like to move forward at this time. That is requesting the province to reinstate that MZO.
Thank you, Councillor Tour. I think we've caught that. The request is there. I'll read out therefore be resolved that the Commissioner of Planning, Building and Growth Management be directed to meet with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing and Go Bind Marg Charitable Trust and facilitate meetings concerning possible reconsideration of the April 10th, 2024 ministerial decision to revoke O Regulation 3822. All in favor? carries.
And I would request a recorded vote on this, please.
Okay, recorded vote's been requested.
Through you, Chair, I'll call the vote on Councillor Tour's motion. Councillor Tour, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Keenan?
In favor.
Councillor Power? Chair Plushy?
In favor.
Councillor Brar?
In favor.
Councillor Vicente?
In favor.
Councillor Santos? Councillor Santos? Okay, we'll come back to Councillor Santos. Deputy Mayor Singh?
In favor.
Councillor Fortini? Councillor Maderos?
In favor.
And Councillor Santos? Not hearing from Councillor.
Oh, there we go.
There we are. That is carried unanimously.
Excellent. Our next item is item 12, councillor question period. Any members of council have any questions? Seeing none. Public question period. Any members of the public that would like to come down and ask any questions? Seeing none online.
There's, through your chair, we have one emailed question.
Okay.
Or a few questions.
Okay.
It's regarding city file OZS-2023-0032. And Dominic from Spray Booth Solutions Limited has noted that until Coleraine is constructed to allow for heavy traffic vehicles and the no truck signs are removed from the region of Peel, how are these trucks going to access this property? He wonders what temporary means and when that date begins. Who is going to verify that the property meets all the requirements, such as trees, parking, etc. And there is a berm created facing Mayfield that is obstructing the flow of water on the north side. Somebody's parking on the south side without consent, and he is wondering if somebody can explain that.
For sure. So let's, some great questions. Maybe we can ask staff to reach out to, what, can you say his name again? I didn't.
Is Dominic from Spray Booth Solutions Limited.
If we can have staff reach out to them and answer some of those questions, and then I would like to know also the answer to those as well. And I think if Dominic is, if the area councillors are of 9 and 10, Councillor Tour and Councillor Singh, we can provide them with the answers. I don't see any more public questions. There's no closed session. Adjournment's been moved by Councillor Vicente. Our next regular scheduled meeting will Monday, July 8th, 2024, at 7 p.m. All in favor? Have a wonderful night, everybody. Great job.